Hi, hi. That is most literally not the first time I've done that. Hey, come here. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. I didn't take my vitamins. Shit. Anyways, I love order today. Oh my god, genius. You love order today. I stood up to get my vitamins. Anyways, I will take my vitamins right now, Nova. Take them, I will, I'm sorry. Also, not me changing the song first before even noticing that the screen was on the wrong one. I haven't done it in a while, but because I didn't even do my editing for my my webcam too. Okay, one done. Let's see if this is blurry. It's not blurry. I have my friend's stream up right now because she does not play horror, but she's currently playing Outlast, and it is she just screamed. It was the funniest thing ever. Anyways, let's take these ones. Thank you. I thrifted this not too long ago. This jean vest, it's very nice. And I love this strawberry shirt. It works very well. I wanted farming fit today, so this is good enough. I'm hearing so many noises in my head. Let me turn this down just a little bit. But how is everybody? Oh, I need you guys in light mode. The dark days are done. That's the wrong place. There we go. I'm just watching my friend decease. She is perishing. Let's see, who is here? Hello, Gothic. Hello, Nova. And I do see that Doc is here. What is Doc doing today? All day yesterday, swear to God, I saw Doc on fucking Resident Evil Village. I still see Doc on Resident Evil Village. I still see him there. Did I put that in my pocket? I did. Oh my God. It was a lipstick in my pocket. I forgot it was there. Let me close that. Clean that asshole. Heisenberg. How many is this? Are you still on your second run through of it? I feel like I saw you on it all day yesterday. We're having a chat about. I saw that. I did see that. I saw the beginning of it, of the discussion of the bugs, and then I checked in later, and then I saw the more discussion of it. I was like, good, good. Favorite bug. 4th Village of Shadows run. Fuck yeah! How are you enjoying Village of Shadows? How is it faring to you? Did you do New Game Plus or start Bear? The bug, though, however, I don't know which bug. I'm trying to think of bugs because I can name very quickly bugs I hate. I mean, I love moths. I do love moths. I think they would probably be the top, but also I used to play with roly-polies a lot. So I do love roly-polies. I need to fix this, I think. So let me just manhandle my microphone. Manhandle it, pick it up. Also, Mochi is here. She is right underneath. Don't ask what's happening with my voice. My fave haunted. Haunted dislikes them? That's crazy. I love moths because there's so many different ones. What is my favorite one? Hold on. I love. Okay. Okay, I love lunar moths and then the rosy maple moth. They're a little fuzzy. Roly-polies are so silly. They kind of freak me out a little bit now. Why? I don't know. I think because I just don't like the feeling of their little legs on my hand, which is very funny because that's why I used to love them before, because I used to love the little feeling of their little legs on my hand. Now it kind of freaks me out. But they're so silly because I hate centipedes and millipedes. Millipedes, they get a little bit of a pass. Centipedes, no pass. Hate those fuckers. Hate them. They scare me. It's not even like, ew, they're nasty. That no, they just genuinely scare me. I do not want them near me. Are this the only moth they like? Peak taste? Fair. Peak taste from Haunted. Because, like, how can you hate a fuzzy little pink little guy? Hate centipede. I hate him. That's why I'm like, millipedes are just like really long roly polies. So I still don't want them near me because it kind of disturbs me because they're long. But okay, they're okay. They can pass. Centipedes? No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. How do I want to write a message to my friend right now. She's playing Outlast. And I'm not trying to help her. I'm trying to write something funny. It's so funny. She doesn't play horror. Her poor soul. My little bear isn't here, but I picked up cross stitching again, and I got progress on the little cat paw, of which we had cross stitch on stream fucking ages ago, last year, literally. Dreading Chris's part on Shadows. Chris's part to me wasn't that bad. A lot of Village of Shadows isn't that bad. It's like certain boss fights. I'm dreading my Village of Shadows run because I'm dreading Mother Miranda. I have to treat her like an Elden Ring boss, and unfortunately, I can't lock the fuck in for that. Leaf mimic grasshoppers. Leaf. Ooh, okay, they kind of freak me out, but that's really cool. Nova, do you like horror in a sense that I think you would really like the new Frankenstein movie? And it's not the whole movie, it's just one specific character. I forget her name. Hold on. Lady Elizabeth. Her character you would really like. Do you like horror? Okay, one, it's a really good movie. Do really like it. It is just visceral because I mean it's Frankenstein. So it's like body parts and whatnot. So I'm like, but like that character specifically, she loves bugs. And there is a scene of her studying a Japanese beetle. And then the next scene you see her in, that dress very much mimics that like green sheen and everything. That's really cool. So not even the whole movie, but that specific character you would like. I miss you, Jalen. I really do miss you. I hope you've been feeling better. I still have your gift. I got shunned for not giving you your gift yet, but I haven't fucking saved you. You... What a turn of events! Not what I thought I would hear. That's crazy. That's crazy that your brain would do that. Look her up. Yes, she has really pretty fits in general. Like historically, like wise. Yeah. Trying to beat it in 3 hours. I have Chris part and then the final fight. Okay. I think you could do it. I had to think and then I logged back into my friend's stream. So much. Oh no. Oh no. Because that bitch fucking didn't talk to you. I'm gonna fight him. Will I actually? No, I barely talk to him. Politely make fun of him every once in a while. Or make fun of other people we're talking about. See him at... Oh no, is he there today? Oh no. How do we solve your situation? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know, bro. Doc, I think you could do it. The last fight is just the hardest one, but because you've played it before, she has like the certain like little faces, so she gets just more annoying. She's just super annoying in Village because she does so much damage. Mochi, hey, 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 Mochi, hey, 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 Mochi, Mochi, hey. I want you to know I'm physically tapping her. Hey, hey, Mochi. Mochi, can you go to work today? I need you to pick up Shaylin's shift. As soon as I said pick up shift, she looked away from me. She said, I don't know what you're talking about. Me when work has been calling me almost every single day. Can you pick up a shift? And I'm like, phone call, who? Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't have a phone. 36 minutes left. Ooh, ooh, oh, you're pushing it close there, buddy. Hey, it's practice though. Once you get used to the map layout and everything, I feel like Demeter's Castle, mwah, love that shit. But you can get through that pretty fast. Pretty fast. And Top of Cat Head. Hello, Top of Cat Head. It's Top of Mochi's hat. Hat? Mochi's head. But hi, Giraffe. I have my friend, for everybody, I have my friend stream up. I have my friend Lily stream up because she's playing Outlast. She ain't built for horror. I ain't built for horror. Realizing that I spent a whole stream hiding under a table. Me? I love that kid. I love that kid's face. Mochi, I need you to go to work though. Dude, I have to go to work on Saturday. That was not according to my plan. Keep on getting a lot of calls. I hope she accepts that. Energy, please. Closing. I had to think. I was like, what do I have? What do I have Saturday? Closing. Even to this day, still stuck with closing. Which is crazy. I don't even know why I got shifts. Tempted to give some away. And by some, I have one. I don't think this weekend anybody wants one, but I think next weekend somebody did. 9 to 5:30? When do I get there? I'll fucking see you, maybe. I might see you depending where we all are. I'll be there. Unfortunately, I do like money. I just don't like working. So I'll be there. I'll be there because I'm subjected to such a cruel world and have to work. I don't want to work. I did ignore all of my work responsibilities for the past 2 weeks. And by that, I didn't have any. I just didn't pick up any shifts because I said, no, I want my 2 weeks off. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me red. You come to work Saturday? I will come to work Saturday. The next Saturday after that, maybe not. I need that Sunday off. Hi, Kai. Speaking of which, I see people posting. It's okay, little goober. It's okay, you have your next trip planned. My foot is dangerously close into the frame. Scooting up. A little ouchie. Ah. A little ouchie. Is that okay? Ah! It's okay! It's okay! And you're not sobbing, I'll be right. Oh. You'll make me cry. You'll make me cry and start talking like a mother to you. Because, like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You'll get to see him again soon. I don't know when he'll be online. Wait, hold on. Let me just... I have to respond to one person. Because I don't know if he's online yet, but, like, you'll get to hear him again soon. It's a... Who the fuck are you? Deny. Does it go up to him Easter holidays? Okay, so like 2 month-ish. If I can afford it, you will afford it. You're getting a lift from the station to home. Okay. Sorry, I was locked into my friend's stream. She's fucking going through it. She does not do horror. But yes, you will. You will. Okay, so he'll be home soon, so at least you'll get to hear his voice soon. Kai, you're like a wife waiting for their husband to come back from war. Like, when will I see my husband again? When will he return from the war? Except it's just your brother. We're bringing him in. Sorry, I'm moving my coffee away. There's a sweet TikToker. He's very aggressive with his love, but it's like, okay, give me your hands. Give me your fucking hand. Give me your hands. You're not bothering it. It's okay. Anyways. Oh, Mochi's here. Mochi will tell you off. In a good way. No, don't lay on it. Okay. Stuck. You're never bringing down the mood. It's okay. It also stops me from talking to Duck a little bit, and that sounds mean, but we're talking about Resident Evil Village. And those conversations are now illegal. Besides for the general information. We were so scared talking about Resident Evil Village last time. I was, at least, because I was like, are they here? Are they here? And it's like, okay, no, my little goober isn't here. Give me his jacket. Oh, you really are waiting for your husband to return from the war. When will Quiet return from the war? Oh, you want happy? You want happy? You want happy? You want happy? Okay, maybe I should stop the stuttering. Do you want a happy little thing, Kai? Maybe I should slow down my words a lot. I don't know why I got stuck on happy. Yes. I was so scared your stream streak was gone because I was like, I'm pretty sure Kai joined stream last time enough, but I was so scared. I cleaned my room yesterday, and then I sewed up an old pair of pants that when I was working at Barnes & Noble, I accidentally ripped. And they've been sitting on my pile of to-do list. So I finally sewed that yesterday. I worked at Barnes & Noble at 2022, 2023. They've been broken for quite some time. But anyways, with that, I picked up cross-stitching again. So I was cross-stitching yesterday. So I have the beans almost done, and I figured out my problem, and I knew what the problem was before. But it is perfectly fine. Hehehe. I'm not about losing my streak. The streak is so temperamental too. I feel like a lot of people lose it when they shouldn't. I talk about the extremely inappropriate dream. I had it with my coworker again. We need a crazy topic to change. You're so right. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that, Shaylin. Hi, leader. I love you. I give you a little. You did amazing in Outlast Trials yesterday. Shaylin, I cannot believe your brain did that. I feel like it's been so long too since we've talked about that. To Pirates on Sunday. Take me with you! Am I doing anything Sunday? What's this Sunday, actually? I want to go to Pirates House, so Shaylin, I need to give you your gift. Do you want to come? Maybe? I don't know. I don't want to insert myself. I just want to go to Pirates. I just really love Pirates. On Monday, I was mostly looking. Me and Quiet were finishing. Ooh, okay, fair. I was just so worried that your streak was going to go away. Amazing. Hey, you lived. It was very funny watching because I was like, oh man, I was about to open up Outlast Trials, and then I went and did something, and then I came back and you were still. I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna play myself some Outlast Trials, and then I played the worst fucking map ever, and I don't know why I put myself through that. Hello, Claw. How are you? I have so many noises in my ears. I don't even know. Okay, I need to turn down Lily now. I don't want that song. I do like that song a lot. I love this song so much. The other man I'm crushing on is on us. Who's there? Who at Pirates? This happens every like portion of the year, Shaylin, when I don't see you for a while and I don't talk to you. That then there's new like developments in your life, and it's not even big developments, but it's little developments. It's little things that I'm like, oh, new. Oh, that I'm like, oh fuck, I need to catch up with you. I haven't discussed things with you. I have nothing to share. But I'm like, oh, but I'm before. Okay. Okay. Now I'm on the same page. Now I have, as it all began, the beginning of me and Shaylin's friendship was me getting the critical information, and now I have the critical information once again. Just ate and I'm having coffee with a cigarette. Fuck yeah, are you in a noir film? But fuck yeah, I have my coffee. It's quite cold now. I won't lie. It's been sitting here. I'll still drink it. But it's good. It's quite good. We're playing farming games today, so it's quite cozy, even though I'm watching my friend play a horror game and I really want to play horror. But we're playing farming games today. Nervous for tomorrow, Resident Evil. Voted a little bit on request for me because I fear of the water. Okay, fair. I was like, wait, like on request of like what fear? Not what fear, of what part. But okay, honestly, I don't even care about that bitch. I hate that bitch so much. Like I hate his section so much. I will tell you everything that happens beforehand. I hate that bitch. Girlfriend, but I can watch him throwing his. You said I still can enjoy, as you should, as you can. Considering it's 8 p.m., I might not be able to. Nah, bro, I've been drinking my caffeine super late. Like, obviously, right now, coffee, still early, perfectly fine. But I've been drinking a lot of soda and then other caffeine drinks late at night, and then I've been staying up past midnight because of deadlock. So there's that. I did stay up past midnight, decorating the hideout in Deadlock with posters for 20 minutes, and then went to bed probably about 1 a.m. Woke up. This was yesterday. Oh my god, this was yesterday. Yesterday, I woke up and it was like, I need to edit that into a video. And I made Silver, vote for Silver propaganda. Vote for Silver. I love her. So even though I did not go to bed till super late, I woke up just like sweating, panting, just like, I need to make this video. And I did. And it's funny watching people come in, vote Apollo, vote Graves. I'm like, vote Silver. Hee hee. It's the knowing things underwater chasing you and all that. Because we don't have. I am very happy that I think there's a couple parts where we have to drive a boat, like even after this, but then it's like literally just getting to a destination. But like we don't really have too much underwater. So like I do like that. I can warn you when the underwater parts comes because it's just cutscene. Cuz God forbid I don't want to be in the water. I don't want to be in that water. Because I don't want to fight in the water. That's awful. And two, that water's kind of stinky and gross. So like no. No. Appreciate that. I will make note. I'm going to have to remember, but I will make note. Bye, Mochi. Do I sleep? What's that? Slept yesterday around 1 a.m. Woke up at 5:30 to get to my job. No, I couldn't sleep. No, it'd be that way. Honestly, sometimes even without. She fucking locked this. Oh no, I think my iPad just died. I'll let that do its thing. Sometimes it'd be like that. Like even without like having a lot of caffeine, sometimes it's just not a good sleep night. Or for me, I have a lot of cats and they don't all get along in a sense. Some of them like being little shits and being mischievous little guys. So I've had to open my door, close my door, then open my door, then close my door, then open my closet door to let my cat in there. And so I've not been sleeping well. Quiet will put something in chat. Oh, blessed be. Because I think it's I'm trying to like remember the placement of it all. It should be early on, and then we personally don't go in the water. Running for our fucking life over the water. But that's that. Y'all went to sleep? What were you doing last night, Doc? Why the fuck did you pull an all-nighter? I'm glad you don't have work, because that means you've been getting to relax. Hello, welcome in. Let me do that. Is it Lucius? Sorry, my eyes can't focus on the name. Also, I'm illiterate. I'm not, but I am. What the setup of the class? Thank you! I can show it all, except fucking Waterdeep blocks some of the stuff because I have Leon S. Kennedy behind the Leon duck. Oh, I need to buy those ducks still. I haven't used that money that you gave me for the duck stock. Like, it's literally just sitting there, but I just need to buy the actual ducks. I have all that. I have all of my manga and nerdy stuff here, and then that's kind of just my witchy and miscellaneous stuff, honestly, and my side table. That really just turned into all that stuff used to be on one shelf and it was kind of cluttered, so then it became two, and this became all my collections. I have my Alien Romulus popcorn bucket. I fucking love that. I am good. I'm good today. I'm very happy, very excited because it's cozy farming day today. Even though I do crave Outlast Trials, which is a very big duality. Feel illiterate? Nah, bro. Why did I become so... Why did I become a billy goat? Nah. Anyways, me too, Kai. Here, Terraria, after the update. I heard that there was an update. I need to respond to my wife. Let me... Bye. Here, you and the others go. Budget can pull money. Expensive can pitch more if needed. We're answering an interrogation message from my wife. With a wife. Or sleep on the couch or air mattress is fine. And no accommodations. Okay. We're trying to plan for the trip. Was that to just my wife? That was to just my wife. Because I said I'm fine with rooming with my wife. Okay. 3 years in the making. That's crazy. That's kind of like the Minecraft update that came out recently about like the baby animals. I feel like that came out of nowhere. Also, I really hate that this is a Harry Potter mug because one, I don't want to support her, but like this is such a perfectly shaped like mug. Also, the tea is very cold. For my new people here, how are you guys? What brings you around this part of town? Like I said, we are playing farming game today, but we do play a lot of horror games here too as well. Like a little variety. So far, I'm starting a new world and new character. Ooh, fuck yeah. It's the fanciest mug I've ever seen. Hey, Steve, I could show you my collection. I think I have about 20 mugs. It's kind of a problem. I've been banned from buying mugs. Such design. Very designed. It's such a nice shape. It's just a nice like standard mug. I decided to use this one instead of my Resident Evil one simply because this is less coffee. I also say that and it's cold. The coffee's cold now. I almost Kai, for you, I almost did forget how to cross stitch, but I'm like, it's literally an X. We're literally making an X, and then I got the hang of it. My original issue was that I was using too much string, but because I forgot, I was going by my mentality of how I sew at work. I missed a hole there. I definitely missed a hole there. Oopsie. Don't drink coffee? I don't recommend it. I mean hot chocolate? Ooh, I do love hot chocolate. I say I don't recommend it, but I do recommend it. I love coffee. I like matcha better though. Big Friday the 13th when I use for coffee. That's the only thing I have though. Oh, I see what you mean. But like good hot chocolate. This is a good hot chocolate mug too. This is like cozy hot chocolate mug. My Resident Evil one is like the hot chocolate mug because I could put so much into it. I got bored and decided to pop into just chatting category. I don't know, just checking things out because I want to relax. Real as hell. Well, we'll be here yapping. And then we'll be farming. But we do a lot of yaps. So, welcome. You're welcome. I was about to start screaming. I'm gonna lose my mind because of my computer, but that's fine. Need a high quality hot chocolate? I don't. Do Swiss Miss. Swiss Miss. And while good, I need to up my hot chocolate game. Okay. Okay. One, I kind of agree with Swiss. I have Swiss Miss. I have Swiss and another brand. And like they're just a very like basic go-to. Is better when you don't mix it with water and you just do whatever milk. I can't use milk, so I have to use almond milk. For a while, I did make it with water because I didn't really have a choice. Hee hee hee. Still need to try coffee? Yeah, we do need to get you to try coffee. I don't expect you to love it. I don't. I keep forgetting. Honestly, real as hell. It's not that important. Steve, for hot chocolate wise, have you ever had Mexican hot chocolate? Because that has a lot of spice in it. Not like spicy, but like spices. I need to crack my back. Because I love. It is the greatest debate of which one is better. Let me get the two brands because I only know Abuelitas. Chocolate brands. There's Abuelitas. Ibarra. Ibarra. Yeah, Ibarra. I like Abuelitas. Grandma's hot chocolate. Great. I think they sell it in like a powder mix, like the Nesquik hot chocolate powder mix, like that type. But traditionally, it's like a puck, literally a fucking puck of hot chocolate mix that you get, and you have to cut it. It is extremely hard to cut. My mom sometimes just has like a little triangle piece to nibble on to eat it. But yeah, you cut that up, you make it in a pot. I was so confused it was on my screen for a second. Fucking guy's hand. God. But you just boil milk, whatever you want to put it in, and you just plop it in, you melt it into it. Fucking delicious. I love Abuelitas hot chocolate so much. I should really make it more. It's just that when we have the puck version, so I do have to like cook it on the stove, but it's really good. Want to buy a coffee, but Quiet kept buying me Greg's for breakfast. Real as hell. You said I want coffee. Oh, okay, I'll eat this. I'll have this. Um, I'm like, let me not spell it wrong. That's what it is. Abuelita. It's grandma. Grandma's hot chocolate. Have it at grocery? I hope they do because it is really good. That one and Ibarra. Ibarra? I actually don't know how the I is pronounced. It's I and then Barra. That's the other Mexican brand. Personally, Abuelitas, but that's up to debate. Um, honestly, no, I don't. One of my grandmas, she's just grandma. The other, my grandma who, uh, she had cats, and they're both Hispanic, but like she's my Mexican grandma. I called her Nana. Nana with the kitties. Literally, that was her name. Don't think I ever actually knew her name as a child. She has passed away. That's fine. That was like literally sixth grade. No, fifth, no, fourth grade. I don't know what the fuck that happened. She was Nana with the kitties because she had the kitties. Important. Important information in my little brain. What happened, Doc? Oh, hey, what's up? I love your name. Big, huge, fat, massive. You did it? You beat Wait, okay, so you went through, okay, now we can't spoil anything, Doc, because we have our little goober here. So you went through the part that you were dreading and the final boss? Now I'm like politely waiting for. Damn, how did the last boss fight go for you? I think I'm just bad at the game, and I was low on resources, so I'm kind of fucked. Cause you finish you did this on Village of Shadows. Metal as hell. Have you been playing this all night, Doc? Have you been playing Resident Evil Village all night? I hope. Oh, I forgot that came out in Dead by Daylight. Village of Shadows is
Hello,
crazy.
hello. How are you? You're all looking very
No, it's
pretty.
haunted.
I like the outfit. I love y'all, and I'm going to lurk now.
Have fun lurking, haunted. That's the question earlier. Okay, no, I'm just like in disbelief in the sense of like, damn. Damn. Also, whoa, everything moves so fast in a second. My eyes were not locked in. Fuck yeah. The frick is playing? Oh, it's Yo-Ho. I love this song. Unless you're master gamer, Sarah, and can beat Heisenberg. Heisenberg's really not hard. And I say that in not the like, damn, am I just good at the game? No, it kind of makes me sad. Like the big boss fights besides Mother Miranda weren't really hard at all. Took me hours, really? And I just got lucky. Now when I play his boss fights, I know how he plays. So now it is in fact just easy because I'm like, okay, it's just this. Oh, okay, lock in, boom, 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 type shit. Um, but no, I'm horrible. I think I'm really bad at that last boss fight because I'm really bad. I think I have a better mentality of it now in a sense of I just need to block because I just won't block. And I forget that like reduces a lot of the damage because Village of Shadow, she does a lot. No, he's need. Oh my god, I can't speak. No, I just shoot him in the face. I wonder how. I mean, I'm on normal right now, so it'll be fine. Yeah, I need to get the universe's best dad. That's the one that I want. I want that one so badly. That's the only one I'm missing. Sorry. I am deadlock pilled, as we know, and leader just opened deadlock. I mean, matey, go home, baby. He's playing deadlock. I just got it. You did. It shows up on Steam, though. I want that badge so badly. I really do need to beat the game in 3 hours, because I think I could do that. Even if I just played on normal or whatnot, I can do that. I just haven't. I went back onto Resident Evil 2 a while back. Also, hi games. I never said proper hello to you. I didn't even do my Resident Evil 2 finish run though. I need to do Shadow of Rose, the DLC. I think I might play that on hardcore when we play with Kai, because I need to do that. So I'm like, okay. The Bloody River. Oh, additional orders. I've never played those. How many am I missing? 38 out of 56. I have 67% done. I've done Mercenaries mode. I've played a little bit of Mercenaries mode. It's fun. I need to play more of it because there's some achievements with Mercenary mode, but I haven't really played it too much. That's what I almost played when we were waiting for Kai and Quiet. I was like, what if we just open up Mercenaries? The Mercenary modes are kind of fun. They're kind of like mindless. You're so fun. That's what I want to do. I want to play as her because I never got to that. I think I only got to Chris's gameplay. I want to play. I want to play as Lady D. I want that so badly. What am I looking at? Do I want this song? I do want this. My favorite songs. So I need to go back. I mean, I need to finish my Village of Shadows run so badly. I just need to treat her more. God, I have to do it after I beat this run. Because I don't remember her boss fight that well. Hello. Welcome in, Phoenix. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about Resident Evil Village. I was like, which one? Hee. I still need to pre-order Requiem. I should have done that earlier, but I didn't. That's my own fault. But yeah, I need to do the Village of Shadows playthrough. I need to finish that. S rank or higher on the Bloody River. I haven't even got like I need to. Let's see. Village did I throw? That's what I'm on. I have done the Bloody River, but I needed a higher ranking for that. Actually, have I? I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't know. It's been a while. Oh, that's fun as Chris. I love Chris so much. So I agree. Left. Croissant bread cat. I love bread cat. Yeah, I just need to play more Mercenaries. I really haven't played it that much. Let's see. I'm gonna look at your achievements and my achievements. That one I don't have. Dashing dad. I love that. We should do another challenge run. And not like challenge, but like I have so many of these achievements to get done. There's not too much in Resident Evil Village in the sense of some of it's mercenary stuff and then some of it's just little things like the money that I just haven't done. Oh my god, I still need the Goats of Warding. I have not found them all. And I know where they all are. I just don't know which fucker I'm missing. Yeah, I have like little things to do, but they're not like hard stuff. I thought, no, there's a crafting recipe. Do. Let's do that. Okay. Concept art. And that's all that. And then there's 2 hiddens. Need to get the goats as well. Yeah. I have, I think, literally one that I'm missing. But it's literally one, so I don't know which fucker it is. Because I know some of them that I can look at the pictures while Googling it that I'm like, okay, I know I've gotten that one. There's one that I know was missing for a while, and I got that one finally because it's in such a weird place that you only get to see it once, I think. So yeah, gotta beat the game on Village of Shadows to unlock the rocket pistol. Once you unlock that, you can buy the last recipe. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Because I don't even know if I've bought all the like the crafting recipes that are available to me before. Not even like including that. But let's see. I know in Resident Evil 3, I could actually do that because we almost did that on stream. Beating that in, I think that one's in, oh, that one's in 2 hours. Resident Evil 3 is complete the game under 2 hours, which is kind of crazy. Resident Evil 2, I think, is also a 3-hour game beat. Where is it? A lot of the Resident Evil 2 ones are completing the bosses under a certain amount of time. Have I done that? Is there one in Resident Evil 2? Huh. My achievements. Sure, open dial. Oh, I guess there's not in Resident Evil 2. There is a couple in Resident Evil 2 that are really fun that are like, don't open the box at all. Don't use any healing items. I guess there isn't one. My cat going. What's Resident Evil 4 got? Resident Evil 4 for sure has one. Let's see. Defeat a gator using only knives. Oh, it says fun trophy list? Yeah. That's what I want to do. I like doing challenge runs with them, but because there's like other little achievements you can get. The game in different ways. Yeah. Water scooter without taking any damage. Reach the top of the clock tower without the lift stopping once. Let's see. Obtain all weapons. I haven't obtained all weapons. And especially in like 4 really matters in the remake, getting your score differently because you can get different items. So I need to beat on hardcore. I need to get I think an A or an S ranking, S plus ranking, to get the armor for Ashley, and then she doesn't take any damage, and that helps you a lot throughout the game. Looking forward to doing the knife only run in Resident Evil 8. I really want to do a knife only run. But also, I don't think I want to, because it's that first opening fight with the Lycan is really agonizing. Wait, because I don't remember if you answered this one, Doc. Did you do it on New Game Plus, The Village of Shadows? Doing the hardcore run, where you have like 10 saves, but it's not really. It's not a lot, but you have to time it out a lot. You have to like space out those saves so much, especially if you know you're gonna be ending the night soon. It's like, oh, well, I need to go to bed soon. Okay, well, I don't want to save now because I'm gonna be going to bed in 30 minutes. But then you can lose all that progress. Do the most of the island with no save. That's crazy. See, Resident Evil 4 is complete the main story within 8 hours. And the fact that is an 8-hour one, but like 3 is 2 hours and the Village is 3 hours is crazy. Choose the fuck out of Village of Shadows, infinite ammo. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, dude, because I tried to, I don't know if it was when everybody was here. I don't think it was. No, it was before meeting all you guys. I had done a Village of Shadows run on stream, but we started it as normal. So trying to do Village of Shadows run without a New Game Plus is fucking awful. But it's really good. Maybe I should just cheese Village of Shadows like that. It's not really cheese. You work for those things to get the infinite ammo. So like, you're working for that in another way. There's Spase in this. If they give you the resources, might as well use it. But I struggled so much because at first Lycan, they you have to do so much damage on them now because they take so much more, but they do so much more to you, and I'm like, whoa, there, that's quite mean. Took me 3 runs and selling all my pistols and shotguns to get enough money to upgrade the strike to max. That's crazy. So do you really like this game? Because that's crazy. You've played it that many times, and like hold on, because I can see your achievements. Hold on. What day is it? It is 28th. Doc's first time playing this game. Where did I see a 31st? That was for me for somewhere. Where the fuck was that? Oh, where's that one? First time playing this was the 24th. And now he's done so many runs and gotten stuff. Either Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, whatever the... Oh, I just unplugged my mouse. Dying. I haven't properly charged it in a while. The 24th. It was Saturday. So Doc's first time playing this game was Saturday. That is crazy. Killed the giant Lycan in the beginning. It's an achievement. Yeah, I really want to kill him at the beginning. I think because I just get locked in, I'm like, I gotta do a little run. Because I think normally if you don't have like the resources, there ain't no way you can kill that giant guy at the beginning. He takes so much later on. He takes so much in Village of Shadow. And I hate his fight in Village of Shadows just because there's so much more of those... I don't know, he just does so much damage. They do so much damage in Village of Shadows, and I'm like, calm down, please. But it's also what I asked for. That's just crazy to me. But it also makes me very happy and giddy that it's like, oh my god, you've played it this much now? You really like it? A flashbang from the launcher, then... A full Magnum round is how I did it. You know, that's fair. That sounds about right. That's I mean, if that didn't beat him, I don't think anything would. I can't believe like he's a really strong guy. Like for obvious sense, but like compared to some of the other boss fights, I struggled with him more than the big boss fights. Skip. Sailor song skip. We'll leave this one. How long have we been yapping? Okay. It's farming day, so we're gonna be hard yapping all day. So there's no worries, no stress. But what if we play Outlast Trials? Oh, we will not be. But I could. Um, Started with the one in the cave for Chris on Shadows. That's fair. I hate the cave fights just because you have so little space, and especially for Chris's. I feel like Ethan's, there's still like a lot of wiggle room. Not too much, but still a little bit of room. With Chris's, you don't really have anything. You're just there. You're in that pit with it. You're there. You're stuck in it. Now I want to do my Village of Shadowrun. I don't know if I let's see. It shouldn't be on this screen. On the other screen, I have my death counter from that, and it's very funny. That goddamn laser targeter. That shit takes so fucking long. I don't know why it takes so long to target him. I know why, but I don't know why it takes so long. I gotta get out of there. Please kill him, guys. Kill him. What did I have? Oh my god. I was just looking at my trading cards of what I have for Resident Evil Village. I have the best ones. I have Ethan Winters, Chris Redfield, and Heisenberg. God, I love Heisenberg so much. I love him. Takes so long to fill up the bar. And if you get, yeah, it's the fact that you can like build it up slowly, then run and build it up more. Like you have to do it in one go. I really hate that. It's so scary though too, because at the same time you're just there like, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Like I'm just trying to laser you, please. What was that face? I don't like that. Oh well. I'm so excited to play tomorrow. Let me actually check something. Okay, cool. I was like, I know Fields probably shouldn't have an update, but let me just double check. I've not played this game since September last year. So it's been a minute. Last part of Chris's overall was one of the hardest parts of Village of Shadows. Really? I'm like trying to remember, just I guess when I've played. No, you're right. You're right. Because they throw a lot of stuff at you. Dude, she's so goddamn hot. She is like genuinely so fucking pretty. The village forms you at the end and you have to survive. Yeah. I was like, did I struggle? Like, what was it? But yeah, you're right. I could not. I just remember. I saw a really, oh my God. Okay. I have some pretty edits of Village that I just found of like Ethan Winters and whatnot. I'm gonna have to post them, but after we finish the game. The laser, I really hate the big eye laser. I hate that big guy on the laser. I hate him. But yeah, because they give you a lot of resources, but at the same time, especially when you're on Village of Shadows, just because they, oh my god, you have to do so much damage to them. Ending lichens and the dumbass dog. I hate those stupid dog things. I hate them so much. I like the lichens. I have to be careful what I talk about. But I like the lichens and everything. But I hate those stupid dogs. Like, yeah, okay, cool, thanks. You made different forms of lichens. That's cool. I don't want to fight it. I don't want to. Politely, no. Politely and kindly, I don't think so. I didn't put that back. That's documents. I need to read through this book. Oh my god, let's see. Oh my god. Sorry, I have this old witch book. You couldn't even see the cover of that. I have the receipt though. I want to see when I bought this. I just hate. I mean, Village of Shadow, like I said, like those are the game modes that I really like because you actually have to like not struggle, but you have to like fight for your life, and it becomes a little bit more of, I guess, more survival than like true horror, but it's still scary. You're fighting for your life, and I like those. 2024, crazy. Boss fight mode is also hot. Real. She was looking for him. She just, I can't say what she's looking for because I know my little goobers here may not be fully locked in here. Is this a whisker? This is a mini whisker. We must keep it. My mom collects whiskers. I will not spoil anything wherever my little goober. We're playing it tomorrow. I'm pretty damn sure we can get to Mother Miranda. We have to, because we finished 2. God, but I have the whole cave part. I could do it. We're just gonna have to bum rush. Moreau's part is super easy. His is just annoying. It's really just going through the cave system, getting to Heisenberg, and then Heisenberg's factory. Not even Heisenberg himself, just the fucking factory. That factory is so back and forth. I love it because it's really cool in there, but like at the same time, I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta fucking go. Sir, why did you make your factory like this? But at the same time, I love him. He really won the lottery with like out of how the rest of his siblings are. Um, so that's quite funny. Because then he fucking hates that bitch ass. God, she's so pretty though. They did not need to make her so pretty. She's supposed to be the villain. It's like, why? I don't want to do anything to her. I don't want to take her out. Drink my cold coffee. It's so cold. This coffee is not an ounce of heat in it at all. Okay, I'm gonna close that now so I don't lose frames. Oh, when you're using gunwise, you can rip through his factory pretty fast. Yeah, his factory is not too bad. Like dealing with the enemies. Okay, I won't lie. I have a really good clip from, I think it was the last time that I played Resident Evil Village on stream. I was coming up the ladder at one part in the factory, just minding my own business, doing what I usually do, and focusing on you guys and yapping to you. I sounded like a monkey because I got really scared. I don't know if it's that one or a different clip that Turnip has a sound bit of because it just sounds like a little monkey. Because I got really scared because I accidentally ran like face to face with the guy. It was not fun. Close up Heisenberg's fight for him? No. Why was I about to type in fight for him? I feel like his transformation, I guess nothing beats the fucking fish freak. But like, I don't know. Oh, maybe I should put this on full screen. I hate how his form looked. I think because he becomes so grotesque, and I don't like it in fleshy. I don't like it. Put him back. Put him back into his normal form. I guess no, I feel like he got the shortest end of the stick with the final like form because like I feel like his whole body is actually just gone. Compared to some of them where like their body's still like in it, you know? Oh yeah, his face is yeah, it's there. It's right there. I don't really like it. I don't I it's awful in the sense of like it's done really well. Like it's really good. A Frankenstein? That's fair. I like his little his little freaks in his I hate that helicopter. If you know, I'm not going to describe it anymore, but I hate that helicopter. I hate that helicopter guy he made. I wanna. His form is really cool. It's just I I hate it. Oh, it's awful. I hate it. It's really good. It's really good. I hate it. Um, in terms of his factory though, yeah, his factory is just a lot of back and forth. It's just a lot of running. That potentially they're gonna have face legal issues with what? Potentially gonna face legal issues with him? Really? Ah, that's crazy. Oh, there was. You're so right. Let's see. Hold on. I never even knew of that. Oop. I want to look at this. I have never seen Frankenstein's army. Oh. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see the legal issues. Most of the monsters there. Okay. Also, this looks like a really fucking cool movie. Like, probably not the best movie, but like some of those, I don't know, it looks cool. There's one specific monster in that movie that is one for one. Literally one for one. But it's such a cool fucking design. I hate that fucker though. I hate that helicopter. That's interesting. I did not know about that. Huh. I'm just like looking at all the pictures of everything. Hmm. Okay. Well, the more you know now. I mean, I guess you can see exactly where they got their inspiration from, except instead of it's like when you copy someone's homework. Did you guys ever copy people's homework in school? I did my friend's homework. But I might be sleep deprived, but which one is the one-to-one? The one I sent you? Yes, that is the one for one. Because even like the engine on the back, that seems to be the only one in there. The rest of it, okay, is somewhat inspired because it's like metal work with human bodies and whatnot. But like that's the only one. At least that I can see from the pictures. Copied like once? Fair. Did a few times, but mostly with math. I'm not the best at math. Fair, okay. Um, I failed math twice, so it's okay. I'm really not good at math. But chemistry. For some reason, chemistry and chemistry math, doing equations in that way, goated with the sauce. To the point, I have an iPad, mainly now because like I draw and whatnot, but the original purpose of me having iPads and the reason why I've always been like, well, I need an iPad. I don't need an iPad, but like I've just had it for years. Is because we were an iPad school at one point. Catholic school. Catholic college prep school. Did I learn shit? Actually, technically I did. Crazy. But that meant during our finals we had an iPad. I could have helped you with chemistry. She should have just messaged me. Um, but my friends had messaged me a picture of our finals. I don't remember what year it was. I think it was junior year. It might have been senior year. I don't remember. No, it couldn't have been senior year. It was junior year. They messaged me a picture of like, "Hey, we need help with this equation." I was like, "Okay, hold on." And because I was in another exam, but we were doing nothing, so I just like did the equation really quick and then I sent it to them. Some reason I was really goated at chemistry. Only so much you can craft machine to man before it starts to look similar. when you just straight up copy one for one, it's kind of easy to spot. Yeah, because like that's a really cool design, and I do like that they wanted to use that, but then they did the, hey, can I copy your homework? Oh yeah, just make sure you change some things in it. They didn't change anything. Been over an hour. Well, yes, we were talking about Resident Evil. Truth be told, we actually were talking about Resident Evil. We're talking about that. I didn't know about. Oh, my necklace. Get this. There we go. Oh, she's attached to that. Yeah, how do you happen about that? Also, I'm just playing with myself. That's playing alone and farming. I should really watch how I say things. God, there were so many things we said dead long last night. So fucking funny. I'm gonna pull my fucking schmove off. What am I listening to? Oh, it's this song that I really liked. I said it. I say that as I skip. Okay, I really want that cozy farming music we had last time. Since we've already passed this part, every time ooh, I kind of want this one. This fucking BOGO weeks at WoW's. Every time I replayed, I would skip cutscenes, except when I knew Heisenberg would swear. Like when he told Donna and Muro to shut the fuck up. It tickles my brain. He says it in such a way, it's so funny. Shut the fuck up! He's so funny. I love him. Does this game fully tab out? I don't remember. Okay, we have that. We have the aesthetic music on. It's not like yapping's gonna stop. I'm really excited for. Oh my god, there's things I want to talk to you about, Doc, especially now that you've played it and hearing your first like opinions and like theories when I was streaming it. I need to know. I need to know what did I even change that? I didn't even change it. What am I doing? There we go. I want to change the stream title to what year we're on in this game, but I don't remember. Is Heisenberg the best villain in Resident Evil behind Wesker? What does he rank? I wouldn't say he's the best villain. Because even to me, truth be told, Heisenberg really isn't a villain. Because he didn't want any part of like the ritual and what was happening in Village. He wanted to end Mother Miranda just as much as Ethan. So he could have well like teamed up with Ethan. But as we have not seen yet, for Kai's purposes, Ethan just likes to run his mouth. Ethan just likes to run his mouth. But he is really cool. There's a certain someone for power? Yeah. I feel like he didn't even need that. Just put Ethan in there. But yeah, I feel like he's one of the top like morally gray villains up there. So kind of at least anti-hero. Yeah. I would say he's still up there. I really love him as a villain. Or like as that character. I'm trying to think of what other good villains. Wesker is always going to be the best. Bestest boy around. We love Mr. Whiskers. Give you that. There we go, and that's queued up for that. I'm trying to think, who are the other villains? I don't like, is it Alexia? I think that's his sister. The Weasley guy from 5, the fucking Chihuahua. God, what was his name? God, what the fuck was his fucking name? That little Chihuahua. I do love him. It's just Alex. Irving, yes. Okay, no, yeah, Alexia is a different chick. Truth be told, actually, I do really love Alexia. Alexia is really fucking cool. She is from Code Veronica. Alexia and her brother. I forget her twin brother. But also, to still bounce on that, yeah, Alex Wesker, I don't really like her too much. She was kind of cool, but she was just kind of a bitch. We were on Bread Cheese Farm. We're on Spring 2, Year 2. This one. Yeah, Rose is my own save. Let me change some things. Use 2 are making me look bad. Use 2 is making me look bad. Year 2 farm. We'll do that. Double click that, and then come back into this. Did it save to that? Yes, it did. Okay. I don't know what the fuck I was doing in this game, so it's going to be a moment. Her destroying Wester with the 0 effort will always be my favorite scene. Fuck yeah. There's a concept art for Village now. I do love the concept art. The concept art for Village is really cool. The concept art recently, especially for some of the remakes, I love 4s because there's a lot of artwork of Leon, but also because I love Ashley, and her concept art for 4 was so pretty. I feel like I just need to sit up. I don't know how to sit properly. Oopsie. A lot of good villains too. Yeah. I don't know if I would... Even, I feel like... Okay. So hear me out for this. I can't fix this fucking Gene vest because I keep on moving. Mr. William Birkin feels like the same category as Heisenberg for me, where I really like them and I feel like they're good top tier, but they're not like villains to me. Because even with William Birkin's, technically he is a villain and he was working with Wesker, but at the end of his monster and like form and turning, like he wasn't like after us to kill us. He did it because he was saving himself and wanted his science, his knowledge, not to be taken away. So I wouldn't even call him a good villain. He's just good, but like also he's gross. So I only have request right now. Okay, we're romancing the dragon, as to not be forgotten. I keep on going back to the game and then thinking about Resident Evil. Resident Evil 1. I don't like the villain in Resident Evil 0. That's a little fucking bitch boy, and I hate his ass. See, what makes me think of the best villain in Resident Evil is how well they would fit in literally any other games. None of the villains in Resident Evil 4 would fit in any other games. Maybe Salazar in 5, but that's pushing it. Yeah, I can agree. Who was the villain for? Oh my god, no, what's his name? There's... Oh. Fortunately, I typed in villains, but my end didn't work. Lord Sadler. I could see Sadler in other things, but I still don't think he was the best. Salazar's just a little fucking bitch boy. Salazar and Irving would get along. God, I love March. Sabrina. Okay, so we still need to get a lot of hearts up with everybody. Obviously, we focused on somebody, and also we got a lot anyways for him. Oh, what fucking day is it? We're in spring. We're in spring. We gotta change our fit. That's what I meant. Not Salazar. Sadler. No, you're real as hell. I do think... I still stand by the full point that Salazar would, that little bitch boy would be good friends with, Irving. Those two would get along. We're in spring, so we're gonna make a little spring fit. I don't think I like that. No, I do love the clothes in this, and I love that you can just change it. Do we want a full green fit? I don't think that works. What if we just do that and then... That's still more fall, but you know, we're going for a witchy vibe. It's okay. No, wrong one. That's a little guy. This one? That's the one I had on. That's a very traditional one. We'll keep this one. Yeah. Okay. New fit on. Do we want moon earrings? Yes, we do. It's our only option. Let me look at the fucking calendar. What day is it? Okay, so we just started spring. Okay. Oh my god, so we just started... I'm trying to think of the other, like, villains. There's, like, the minor villains, but... Okay, I keep on getting phone calls. I'm kind of tired of this. Hold on. It's from Pittsburgh. Who the frick is calling me from Pittsburgh? I need to stand up. We'll play this game eventually. I think they turned into the same design. Both dragons with their human bodies in their mouth. Their human bodies have been mutated to that. Only having the arms out. Both greasy chihuahuas. Oh my god, they're destined to be together. They are destined to be together. They're just two little guys. Two little greasy little guys. Well, no, actually they are destined to be together. Because one of them's super fucking greasy, Irving, but then Salazar is like really crusty. Like he looks like he's really dry, in my opinion. He looks like he's dry. What a weird statement to say. What a weird statement. They hate each other? They would. Enemies to lovers. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, enemies to lovers. Do I have anything else? I've not upgraded this house. Dude, my house is my other save and my like own personal save. Goated with sauce. I hope my chickens are all inside. We will have the greetings of all of my cows and everything. We'll go over the names in a second because I forget which one's which. Because it's been a hot minute. We have... Oh, I named my cat Jinx. I forgot. We have Honse. We got... Oh, okay. Doc, you be the brown... Well, orange cow, I could say. We got Gar. They got... Oh, we got Robbie. Oh. We got Kai and Turnip as chickens. Junior will be a capybara. Oh, nope. Oh, I didn't mean to take things with me. Oopsie. Let's go back to the cows. Who else? Okay, so... I mean, because, like... I feel like Resident Evil has been, like, the same villains for so many of the games, but you have different bows. Because, like, in 2... I guess Nikolai would be the villain, but he's not really the villain of the whole story. He's just in that circumstance, the villain. Racket stone. Racket stone. Where are my flowers? Down here? I'm just gonna put this here. Did I need to give that to somebody? I feel like that was for somebody. No. No, it wasn't. I'm just gonna put this here then. 3 was only Nikolai, because the overarching thing was still Albert Wesker, because that was just the breakout. Because Nemesis was the villain, but he was just a bow sent to kill the stars from Albert Wesker. So it was still Albert Wesker. Love the designs of the engravings. Guns in Resident Evil 8? Yes, they did look really pretty. I can't agree with that. They are really gorgeous. Lemons. Okay. So... armor bass. Very tart. I don't have the things for that. Freshwater eel. Trail mix I can make. I think I can catch that now. That's in the mines. Wrong one. Wrong one. Not the right one either. This one. Bugs. Deepwood insect. Okay, so that's deepwood. Fish.
Hydrate, you
Armor.
bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, medium lava caves. Oh, so he's in the caves. Stretch. Thank you. Hi, quiet. I will drink my water. I have a mod this game, but I kind of want to download it. Oh, some mods for this game? Dude, there's so many funny mods for Village, I feel like. Village, like, there's a lot of mods for 4, but, like, there's so many funny ones for, Mountain Winter. Well, yeah, I guess, okay. There's so many funny ones for Village. Download that turns the baby into... Yes, that is my favorite one. It is so funny. Let's see if he has anything. Horns. I do like that little headband. Work boots. Worn sandals. Get the chanclas on. I think I have... Where can I... Okay, I want to go see... I have 5,000. I want to see about upgrading my house, but I don't remember how much I need. Quiet, we'd be mad discussing Resident Evil and Resident Evil Village. Now we're discussing which villain's the best, but... Dude, I'm so excited for Village. After you beat the game, I'll post... home upgrade? How much do I need? Sure. Okay, 15,000. Wood I'll probably be fine on. These will probably be fine, but yeah. I watched someone ruining Resident Evil with mods. Fuck yeah. I should share the one after I finish of turning... He's done it for the other game, so I might post those ones. But turning the facial expressions up to like 500 and whatnot in the game is so funny. Hi Gilbert, how are you? Lily did not live through Outlast. I was watching her. It was funny. Anyways. Right, I know. Kaisman is so sad. I feel so bad, but I'm like, no, it's okay. So you guys have another meetup planned, so it's okay. It's just agony for now. But I hope you're doing well, Quiet. I hope travels back was safe. Anyways, how are you, Cooper? And how are you, Quiet, as well? I know who's best villain, Lady D. You're so right. I feel like Lady D, like Lady Dimitrescu, really would be a very good villain outside of Resident Evil. Very much like that folklore, like type, because she is a vampire and whatnot. But that looks really cool. I don't need that. Farm expansion? Oh, I forgot I could do that. Get me out of here. But I feel like she could be a good villain out. Not so big like how Albert Wesker is. Nobody compares to Albert Wesker, bro. I thought when I got on the train, oh, my little babies. Oh, my little baby. How do I get my horse? It's fun. My poor little babies. You guys are crying. You guys make me so... It's like the happy sad because it's bittersweet because it's like, oh, y'all separated. Yow. Yow. Quiet was down visiting Kai for like a good week. A little like week trip. But now unfortunately they have to be separated and go back to their homes. Wagon. But I also check for bugs. I don't know what I last was doing in this game or what I've last like checked. So we're just, it's gonna be a rough first day. That's it. Thrust and Wesker, oh that hurt. That hurt my fucking lungs to sneeze. That's what I get for staying up late so many days. It's my wagon. Something you tell, having experienced this firsthand, I confirm it is rather unpleasant. Why, yes. Send me back to my farm. Teleport. He's alright though. My Google search history has something new added to it. How big is Lady D's bust size? I didn't realize how, because she's also very like large. So like, those must be large, you know? I think that 2 minigame. You know that 2 minigame? Interesting. I'm trying to think. I feel. Oh no! You know what, Steve? I do have one that would be better than Wesker. Joe Baker, the uncle in Resident Evil 7, because he can punch some bitches. He probably would. He probably would deck, Mr. Wesker. Where's the lava? Is this down to the lava? It is the lava. Okay. I'm not exactly prepared for this. Oh, I gotta fight. Bum, bum. One more? Wahoo! Okay. Okay. Had Nemesis-like power? Yeah! Yeah, you did. Fucking love Joe Baker. That's what I made you John on the 9th. Are you excited, Goomer? I hope everything's like going well for that and that's all gonna be good. Curious? Between G or H, so fucking massive. Yeah, fucking massive indeed. Jeez. Can't leave this shitty job so quickly. Yeah, that's good. I mean, like I said, at least you're getting the experience. You take that experience and you run. And you are running. You have other places to be successful at. So that's very exciting. Oh, okay. Did I freeze him? Can I put water on him? Oh my god. I didn't know I could do that to that little guy. I just murdered him afterwards, but that's okay. There really, I feel like, at least in the Resident Evil series, there really isn't another, like, comparison to, like, Albert Wesker. Because we haven't had a long-standing villain since then. Because even in the case of Village, without lore dropping too much, like, still doesn't add up to a Wesker. Whoa. Can I put water on you? Garbage. 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 Okay, got it. Taste me about Resident Evil 8. The fact that Chris Houndstream has guns I can't get. You know, fair. That's fair. I want to know more about that team too, but I don't know if we're gonna get that anytime soon. What's this? You're real. Okay, I need him to pop up. Ooh. Ooh. Guess I should collect the gold. Yeah, you can't get any of their gear. Hey, Skoma! You streaming? Welcome, we are. A little cozy streaming. A little cozy streaming today. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, well, it didn't even hit me. Okay, that one hit me. Okay, there we go. I think I still need stuff on this level. I don't know what I need anymore in the mines. I should really do an overhaul check. Okay, can't go that way. And down we go. Bigger, getting those gains. Good for you, good for you. 50% increases right now. Another 50% after probation ends. Total increase is basically double my current. That's fucking good as hell. I'm so proud of you, Goober. That's really good. Have a primary weapon? She doesn't? I'm gonna have to pay attention. But also, I do like that female member. I like her a lot. Oh, you're fake, I forgot. Now I want to stay frozen. Get frozen, bitch. Oh, what time's it? Okay. Why is he slowly creeping at me? It's quite rude. Bong, bong. Bong, bong. Oh, she. He bit my fucking ankles. Piggies, of course. It's big. You're making big moves. I ain't doing shit. I ain't doing fucking shit. I didn't do fucking shit. I gotta watch that show. Okay. I just need to fish. There's no fish here. Oh, Jesus. Didn't need to be so aggressive, sir. Ow. Give me that. Oh, that's a lot of lava. What was I gonna say? I am really trying to think about Resident Evil villains now. What's everybody's favorite Resident Evil villain? If we can't think of anybody to beat Wesker, at least what's everybody's favorite? I don't want to exit the mine, I wanted to learn this. Okay, I will learn it there. Ooh. Oh, I don't know what I'm going for my house in this game. Okay. I got it. Oh. Oh. Okay. No, her model only has a pistol, no primary. 80% sure. Bullshit excuse. They're gonna use she's a scout. She doesn't have a primary. She stood so have one. That's crazy. They would make up shit like that. I'm like, she's still gotta defend herself. And I'm sorry, you're sending her into, not necessarily that they knew there was lichens there, but you're sending them into an area where there's bows for sure, and you're just like, she can handle just pistol. That's good enough. I didn't know you could pour water on the little guy. That's so cool. You can't get me. I cast invulnerability. There's a mushroom here. It's getting kind of late. I should probably leave the mines. Sorry, little guy. Oh. Sorry, little guy. I killed him. Different favor based on categories? Okay, so what's your categories? What you got? Throw me your list out. Show me what you got. I wish to know. I crave knowledge. Oh, it was right there. Well, let me see if there's water. If there's water, I'll fish. Just kidding. I'll take these diamonds. There's no water to be fished. I leave. Okay. I found what's called. You lie in your back, giant bar. Crazy. All I know is that I am weak as hell. That is my critical information, Skoma. Those little guys got nothing. Hello, bug. Somebody just opened up a game, but I didn't actually see that this time. There's nothing there. Mushroom. Do I have time to put stuff away? I do, but also I need to make sure I don't pass out outside because I've done that before. I have monster belongings. I put sap in there. That one goes in there. That's it. The rest should be in here. Glass. That one, that one. This one, this one. Diamonds. Crystal. These don't go in there. Ooh, stone. Rock and stone. I have a lot of stone. The rest of it, I'm not too sure. Do I have enough time? I do. I don't think anybody needs that. I'm just gonna sell that. Does somebody like a stone horse? Don't remember. I sell that. I might sell that one. And we're also gonna sell that one. My house is very cozy, but I think we want cozy witch vibes, so we're gonna go for a darker look. And say that all out winter or the person who would be the best all around is Wesker, but I have category of most bangable before and after. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys on this cozy little screen. I'm gonna give you Nessie. I'm gonna run to the restroom, get something else to drink, and then I wish to hear your before and after list also, Doc. And I'll add my comments and concerns in my list to it. But, like, Wesker really is the best villain. I feel like he's the only, like, best villain. I'll get you Nessie. Oh, yes. I'll even do Nessie a favor and prop Nessie up, so Nessie's, like, loud and proud talking. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna get something else. Fuck yeah. Steve, what does that like emoji look like? Like you're gossiping with Nessie. Okay. That's also a no for me. And no after, she just becomes sludge. Okay, I was like, who the fuck is Carla? I remember which one. That's fair. Yes before, and I can agree with that. No after, because that's gotta smell awful. And just, yeah. No overall is fair. It's just some minor birthmark. Oh my god, not that though. I feel like she tried to make me fuck Angie, and I'm a little weirded out by that. Fair. Since she's kind of a villain. Anita Birkin, okay. Doesn't change to transfer. So she's DQ'd. Hey. Catch the cat. The third. Miss Baker, no. Just no, hell no, fuck no. Just, who suggested her? Whoever did this is getting fired. Mrs. Baker is just a sweet old lady. And then in her other form, no. No. Her other form, no. Mm-mm. No. Where the hell? I have other things. Are they in this one? Let's start those. Where are they in here? They are. I need a better kitchen area. I need to upgrade my house. So we need to make some big money. I almost just got stressed because I was like, oh no, did I feed or water my plants yesterday? Open sesame. They gave me nothing. That one's Robbie. That was Doc. This is Gar. Lexia Ashford. Sure, she's fine for. And turn up. It's Kai. Give me some things. I guess I should put feed in the other one. Okay. Looks bankable after. Honestly, yeah. I feel like she has a couple different forms for her after ones. I only need 3. Because she has like, I don't know, like full one. Kind of fucked up. But okay. I think that's as far as that can go. I don't know what I have planted. I'll be honest. Oh. Okay, no, I have... Oh, well. We have turnips planted. I like my farm being right there, but I don't know if I ever want to move it. I probably have strawberry planters. Okay, Alex Wesker, yes. She's a corporate powerhouse before. She rocks that pant. She really does rock that pantsuit. My god. Can this go? I'm gonna fix this bottle. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. And she kind of looks like stretched out human after, so yes. Wait, what does she look like afterwards? Final form. Oh, okay. Yeah. Man, I forgot what she looked like. What does she remind me of? She reminds me of a monster from another game. Boop. Ooh, a new one. Oh yeah, we should go to a museum. Vintage hammer. Well, now it looks like I need to go there anyways. Wait, I was gonna put lotion on. I want to ask other questions of other villains, but I'm like, no, you know what? We're gonna wait till this list goes up. Does anybody else have any list of their favorite Resident Evil villain? Or anything else to add before and after like this? This is quite intriguing. And of course, the moment you've all been waiting for. No one was waiting for this. The final 2. Lady D's daughter, counting them as 1. Fair. Honestly, that's fair to add them as 1. They're humans before. And after they're vampires that are also flies, so yes, top tier. Yeah, they're weird. They're little vampires, but they're little flies. But yes, I concur, yes. Because that's all the, I mean, well, she also turns into an ucky mess afterwards. The Ada wannabe, she turns into an ucky mess. So she's definitely a no for afterwards. Oh my god. Is that really all like the female? Who was the villain in Revelation 1? Oh, there's two. There was two fuckers, I think. Wasn't that Clown House bitch? Resident Evil Revelations. Villain? Jack Norman. But they don't turn into anything. Yeah, it was those two bitches. He was fine. She was the bitch. That sounds so funny. What about the man, the myth, the legend, Spencer, Mr. Creator of, not Spencer, is it? What's his name? Resident Evil. Spencer. Oswell E. Spencer. That bitch ain't even a good villain. He got overtaken by his pupils. That sounds weird. Pupils. Pupils. I love Alan. Okay. I put too much. It's basically like Vaseline. Oh my god. I feel like that's a good list though. Artifact. All those fucking artifacts. Deepwood artifacts. Okay, so I haven't found those ones yet. Vintage farm tools is new for me. And I don't think we can go further down below. Oh, I can finish my spring set of insects. I should look out for those then. Didn't finish winter. Rare insects. I think I've caught one of these before. Lava cave, we still need that. Oh, I've caught one of these, the sweet snails, before. They're so funny. Spring ocean. Tuna. Tuna. Don't I have one of those? I wonder if I have one in my chest. I think that's it. For the most part, fish looks done. Just the caves. I still need to find more fish. I've caught one of these now. Not gonna elaborate because we haven't gotten there yet. Hold on. Top 3 of the daughters are 3 because number 2. Okay, true. And then after she gives off vibes she's giving off vibes I'm picking up on. Where? Oh, I think I've done this completely. Lava caves. How have I not found those? My brain gets very mixed up with what I have in my own save and what I have in this save. What day is it? It's a Wednesday. Wednesday, my dudes. I'm gonna go to the ocean really quick. Hey, Lady D. Lady DP top tier. Okay, fair. Have the Japanese style 8-foot-tall woman vampire lady rocking a massive pharaoh. Zongas. Ankas. Mommy milkers. What the freak are you? Come here. Oh. I've never upgraded my thing. Oh! Well, I guess I needed him. He's added to my collection. Hey, come here. You're not mine too. Now I have 2 of you. I needed a relatively big guy. Come here. I needed a relatively big guy, like that one. Oh, please come back. Please come back, big guy. Big guy, come back. Big guy, no! Come back, big guy! No, I got small guy. Starting Shadow Rose? Fuck yeah! I forget everything in that. Like, I forget who you get to see and who you don't get to see in that. So good luck, have fun. I do love that DLC a lot. Okay, we're looking for a big guy. Ooh, what did I miss? Is this a fucking dude with glasses? Yeah, it's just some guy. Oh, I miss fishing in fields. It's so easy. What game are we playing recently? Not here. Warframe. Oh, No Rest. Not No Rest for the Wicked. No Rest for something. But we were testing out that game. That game had like Stardew type fishing. I feel like a mixture of this and Stardew because it was the bar, but you only had to hit it once. You. Tuna. How do I... Frick. It's not tuna. What is he then? He's still a big guy. I'm gonna spill all of my goodies on the floor. Okay, I need fish. I need that guy. I need that guy right there. Hold on, I need that guy. Fuck. I need that guy. Hello, silly little guy. I need you to come home with me. Bonk. I need this guy. I love Mr. Redfield so much. I guess I didn't need that guy. But he's in my pocket now, so I have that guy. A little pearl clam. Any more big guys or medium guys, I should say? What else do we got? I don't really want to go in the water. Okay. What are you? Water bug. Oh my god, my neck. My neck has been really crunchy lately. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Come here, medium guy. Got a little guy, medium guy. And then there's tiny guy. Dude, the Deadlock update has been so much fun. Oh, I guess he is a medium guy. I do need tuna, though. You can make a lot of stuff with tuna. Medium guy, little guy. I'm thinking, me thinks. I don't know which guy I'm missing. Let me look up. So I don't know which fish that is. The spring collection fish. Ocean. Lobster. Lobster, me lord. So I will drink that and head on my way. I think I need to get my cooking and my crafting up, so we might do some of that. I haven't oh god, I haven't played this game in so long. That's kind of crazy. It's been a long time since I played this. I need to see how much wood I have. Hello, my little animals. Because I do need a lot if I... Where's my wood? Oh, I do need a lot more. Do I not have space for this? Okay. Well, I need to go drop off one of those. What are you? You're staying in my pocket. Sell that. Sell that and sell that. I'll keep the rest of those fish to the museum. And then we're gonna chop down a lot of trees. Before I continue, Sarah, is this a walking simulator with lore? No, there's some shooting. You do fight monsters. It is a proper, like... What the hell he's doing on this freaking bridge? Oh. It's a proper, like... It's like Chris Redfield's, like, DLC. in 7. Like, there's like fighting, you got a boss fight and everything, but there is a lot of lore. Yes. Actually, what I wanted. Forgot. Go see if I can drink some more soup. Random abandoned soup. Yes. Why yes, I will drink it. Thank you. All I need to hear? Yes. If I can simulator and lore, I would actually quit this game until you ended stream. Fair. No, there is shooting. There is a lot of lore, but it's like the standard like game where it's like, okay, you go through, shoot, demolish entire village as Leon does. I love Leon so much. What else is here? I haven't done this in a while. I know I'm still missing some things. Okay, well, what are you? Do I need you? Kettle hopper. I wonder what those— I should look at what those actually look like. I'm kind of hungry. I usually always am. We have been streaming for 2 hours. It's not that much, truth be told. But my little tummy hungers for cheese. Not really for cheese. Well, I always want cheese. Is there anything over here? I don't know what season what holds what anymore. A little guy. I think there was a bug that I needed that was at night. What are you? Do I need you? Fuck. There we go. Oh, it's a standard butterfly. I should really talk to the townspeople. Holy shit. I'm so out of group with this game. I'm not romancing him, but I really love these guys. You have a secret night? I've got a line of good deal. I'm meeting my contract tonight, and if everything goes well, then yours truly will be rolling it in by the time the deal is done. Good luck. Thanks, Knight. Luck is the only thing money can't buy. Or was that love? Are you kidding me? No, he's not. He's just a little silly. How much to make, but I can't make the hair? I DM the comment to you? Hell yeah, okay. I can't stop now. I'm gonna finish it. Yeah, you know, good luck. That's okay. Good luck, have fun. Oh yeah, I was gonna craft. Let's see if I can craft. I forgot it takes actual IRL time in the game. We can do cute cozy. I can start my addiction to houseplants again, just like in Stardew Valley. Junior, how are you? We miss you. We miss you every time. Every time you leave us. And we sit here like, woe is me. Junior has left us. What shall we ever do? Oh my god, I haven't done any rolls. I don't think we have too many. Also, Turnip's not here, and that makes me feel like I should message him or not. I don't remember. Ricky, yeah, there's no rolls. Okay. Junior, first. Oh, 16. A 6. And a nat 1. How are you today? Oh shit, I have Baldur's Gate tonight. Wait, shit. Have the lads message? No, they have not. Okay. Depend for that. Okay. Next up is Doc. 11, 10, and 15. Haunted is next. Oh my god. A nat 20 and a nat 1. So you're doing fine. You are doing fine, Haunted. B, hello. This was well, you know, fuck yeah. Hello. So swamped with meetings? No. Hopefully it's going well. Hopefully, like, it's not a bad day at work. Sorry, not really. Okay. The rolls. You want a roll? You haven't had a roll in a while, B. Oh my god. 4, 7, and a 5. You're exhausted. You're tired. You want to hang out with me. And not deal with theater. Ditch Shrek. Stay with me. I do like that bit a lot. I love these tables. Tablets. I kind of want one of these tablets. I don't have space right meow. I am tired. You are tired. You've been working hard. You got multiple things going on. I still don't. Ooh, that's so cute. I don't have stuff to make that. I have stuff to make that or that. Oh, that's for the Starlight event, but that has passed already, so I'm not gonna worry. I think I'm gonna make that. I feel like the green is better. The green is what I got already. Kind of like the green vibe, but we're gonna do one of these. I fell asleep for a moment in my last class. I had to take the bus today since my father needed my car, so I've been up since 4. Oh no. Oh no. That's awful. Oh, I need you, so I can make another one of those. Day is fine, just busy. I had to push my lunch back, and I was so hungry. Oh, that's the worst when you have to push the lunch back, but it's, of course, on the days that you are hungry. Eat my wonton soup and take a nap afterwards? Hell yeah. What day is it? It's Wednesday? I don't know how long you're there till. Eat the soup of the day. Yes. I wish I had a soup
Fun
of the day.
fact, but it's just about me. My brain assigns colors to people I love that it associates to
I
them.
love that.
For example, Nova is a blue but like purple blue. If I imagined Whimsy as a color like the essence of wizards and violets.
I get that. That's the type of color that I see Nikki as. Whereas it's funny because I see Nikki as like that whimsy blue and purple. Very starry night. But then I see B as a blue as well. But that, I think that's because of Sonic. Otherwise, I don't know. What do I see B as? No, I see her as like a blue, sky blue. Which I think is unfortunately like has been associated with Sonic and whatnot, and that's what has caused that, but yeah. No, I do that too. I also see it as like, it's, oh, I need to make one of these. I don't know who needs it, but somebody needs it in this town. Somebody needs this trail mix. It's almost like reading people's auras too. Like you get their vibe, and that's what vibe they give off. I don't know truly like the talent of aura reading. But hey, oh, I need butter. I need butter. Oh wait, oh, I have, well, I don't have butter, but I can make butter. Oh wait, oh fuck, I don't know any of the buttons in this game. She needed 3. Okay, hold on, we'll make 2 more. Hold on, we're locking in to make trail mix. Okay. You're pink to me? Oh, I'd love that. I love being classified as a sage green, a pink, or a yellow. Those are my favorites. But I also love it. I love it so much. May. No. Turn in request. Trail mix looks scrumptious. I'm sure the kids will love it. Thank you. You're not getting this bug, though. Okay. Okay. Do we have... God, I have so many. I have so many requests. I can make that. I'll do that tomorrow. I just need butter. Don't have capybaras. Can't do that. That's during winter. So I love you, March, but fuck you. Need to find that. Haven't seen it yet. Carrots? Don't know if I have any. We'll come back later. Earthrooms, I just need to go and find. Hello, hello. Goodbye, goodbye. Assign songs to people? Oh, I love that. Okay. To look at their face, Sarah's a song, a sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. That's so cute. I like that. Okay. I like the duality. Like the iridescent sparkles. Oh, that's so cute. You'll make me cry, Bee. It makes me feel like, Elle from Legally Blonde. That type of pink. I love that. Oh, I need to put my... Wait, bug. I don't know if I need you, bug. Okay, I didn't need that bug. We need to put my cows to bed. Send inside. I need to send you inside. I need to get the bigger one. Was I building a bigger one? No, I was not. Yes, it is getting quite late, but I need to chop trees. Sorry, I cast chop tree. I cast lawn work at midnight. Okay. I cast lawn work is done. Okay, we put that in there. We put that, we put that. We're putting that for now. Okay, nothing else fits in there. Okay, we go here. Flower. Go. Good. I'm gonna sell... I wonder if anybody likes these things. I don't need a petal grasshopper. I need you. I don't need snail. What else do we got here? Queen never cry, queen never cry. The lion. The lion just reminds me of the lash. The lash. And then the lash, unfortunately, that reminds me of the boulder. The boulder does not. The boulder is conflicted. That's what it is. My dog has... I'm on my way. That's cute. So even your dog is one too. Okay. Weirdly enough, I have colors. Or some of you guys. Dog is a gray-blue, like storms. Okay. Turnip is a green. That's cute. The frosty, like creatures with goblins and zombies in a good way. Okay, no, I get that. Like that type of vibe and whatnot, and that color. Okay. Guys, either teal or lilac, soft but welcoming. Yeah, I can agree with that one. Similar colors to my interest, I believe. No, real as hell. It's like, it's just the way that it makes you feel. And certain colors make you feel a different way, which reflects also how people are. So I can concur with that. Oh. The cat has given me a gift. I love you. Do I have carrots? I wonder if I'm growing any carrots. I don't have space for these. That's just a straight butterfly. That's just a butterfly. I do need that. That's corn. We're gonna keep this one here, and we're gonna keep that one there, and we're just gonna keep that one there. I like this one. Oh, I did switch out the beds. I did get this. Oh, hold on, let me do this. It is 1 AM though, so I do need to just read these and then go to bed. Oh, insect rug. Oh, it's insect rug. Tuna? Sesame tuna bowl. That's quite nice. Color. What color do we think Junior is? I don't know. Like, my heart says to associate you with the color of which your name is right now, which does match, but it doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like right. Like, it's like, okay, that's a good... Like, that works for you. It's a good color, but, like, it's not, like, your color. I don't know. You're definitely a more brighter color. What color am I? You're sunshine yellow. You're like the little sun to me. You're not like the little sun. You are the fucking sun in my life. You are a very bright, warm color. Yes. That's that has been a thought I've had for the longest time, Jalen. You're like, yeah! Cries as two suns just hold each other, sobbing. Very yellow, yes. Especially if you ever see like Shaylin in person, and the vibe and her personality is very sunshine yellow. Just us two in the fucking room at Atmo holding each other's hands like, I love you, as everybody else is like, wow. What freaks? We're not freaks. They wouldn't think we're freaks. Freaks in a good way. What two silly little humans over there. How interesting. Trying to think of who else I have distinct colors. I don't even think my other best friend, Justine, I don't think I have a distinct color for her. Not yet, at least. We're just gonna put these tables here. Tables? I need to redesign my house, but I don't have the proper equipment quite yet. Oh, see, I do like that. I like this vibe. Oh, beetle. We make front room this vibe color. Maybe room brighter color? Possibly. You must think we're very into each other. Yeah, I could see that. Which kind of makes it super funny. Oh, I did plant carrots. Okay, so I will have carrots soon enough. It's so funny, because it's like, no, sorry, we're just two besties who really love each other and never gonna see each other ever. Cabbage, potatoes, and carrots. I don't know which one's which, but they're here somewhere. I own them amongst the crowds. I'm gonna do some yard work. Call outside. Well, are you not? Well, she is the love of my life. I say that a little bit too willy-nilly. And I say that to willy-nilly in a sense of every single wife that I have. That sounds even worse. I love them all. They mean so much to me. I love my friends a lot, okay? I just love my friends a lot. They have junior color? I think I'm right. Save it, so I'm biased. Wait, oh yeah, junior. I think I see you as either a pastel yellow or a mint. Really refreshing. I can agree with that. That's why I kind of default to what color Junior's name is, because it is that like minty green. It's something like that. It's very like... not like pure energy, but like reflecting like that based upon. So I can agree. Something very light, welcoming, and soft. So yeah. You two were we were in lesbians together. No, but I do love my wife. I do love my wife a lot, especially at work, because like I have friends at work, and you know, I have made friends at work, but like I don't really talk to anybody outside. I try to, but I get scared talking to them outside because sometimes it gives off the I like you, but I don't really want to continue talking to you, even though some of them do. But like, yeah. Shaylin, however, love that bitch. Love that bitch so much. Greatest fucking worker. Greatest time at work, bro. I love her so much. And then it's just me and her walking to whoever's location, and then just the performers having to deal with us. As we just longingly look at each other, just like, wow, you're here. You have theories? Oh wait, I should see actually your messages. I want to see some of those. Oh, your previous theory that you thought, that you said you were wrong with that was very funny. She, oh my god, I can't type. Am I guess I haven't changed. I made my color mint because it's a different streamer, so that's how they felt about me years ago. Hey, and that's honestly, Junior, that's never a bad thing that you haven't changed, because that means it's very true to you. And also, I feel like that's a good color. Okay, I'll respond to my wife afterwards. Speaking of my wife, but my other wife, for a trip. I need to get that all sorted. Wow. Did I say hello to you? Well, hello. Oh, that actually was a doc. It just said hello twice to doc. Like soft, welcoming colors? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what... I mean, it's one of those things that if you hear one person say it, and then it's also like, no, I agree, that's the color that I was gonna say. It's very true to like, oh, that is very you. Can I eat? No, you need some company. You need some company. We're talking about colors and what we see people as colors. I won't lie. Like, I want to pick a color that I see Kai as, but I also do agree with what Hante say for that color, but also I just see you as Beedrill. Like, not even color, just Beedrill. Just the whole fucking Pokemon, that's you. Oh, I have something in the mail. That's alright. Thank you. Free treasure. I feel like that should scroll the other way. But oh well. Okay. Little Bumblebee, come here. Oh my god, do you see other people as different, like, animals? Because I love that one. I love seeing other people as different little animals. Oh my god, I'm gonna do the same thing that I do in Star- oh my god, can I hit that? In Stardew, where I'm gonna make, like, a line of trees. Like, this is my little orchard. It does piss me off that they're not, like, lined up, but it's kind of hard to place here. But this is gonna be my little orchard, but I think I'm gonna line them this way. Wherever I end up putting all my stuff, because I don't know where I'm gonna put it in this game. Oh, what animal you see me as? Because, like, default, of course, default, I would want to say a cat for you, Shaylin. But I don't really see you that much as a cat. quiet as a void cat in a brain. Yes. Reynard is very fox-like. Found that alone? Don't worry. Good. If not, I would grab you here and put you in my pocket. What would I see? Jokes? I got him. Damn. She is so foxy. Oh my god. What was I doing? Wait. Thinking. Butter. We were making butter. We're all foxes. So true. So true. I love foxes. As I spaz out the fucking horn. Oh, I forgot that's been there. Horned beetle. No, bugs. Where's my archive of bugs? Deep woods insect. Okay. I'm trying to think. Now I'm trying to think of like other animals. If I see you as a cat, it's very much like it would probably be the end of a ragdoll. Capybara. Persona is a cross of fox. Every time I see a fox, I think, oh, that's cute though. Bear, what animal? A little mouse. You would be a little mouse. Like Sunshine Raven or some type of cat that can fly. Yeah. The capybara is just funny. Capybara. I love capybaras. You're a trinket collector, so like I can very much see. Ooh. Oh, leopard. That I'm trying to like dig in my brain. I was like, okay, wait, what's other animals besides cat? I have scissors here. Yeah, so what the hell is it? Several, I think it was. Honestly, I can see that. No, yeah. Actually, you add it for like some like leopards. But a little... I can see you as a crow. Because we're very loud too, and you like trinkets. I don't know. I don't know what animal I see you as. I think as I see you too much as the sun. The literal sun. That it kind of overrides everything. Because some people I see, I'm like, you're a dog. You look like a dog. I need to make butter. Give me butter right now. Mythical creatures that have cat, have snake. Ooh. Wait, I want to look at that. I love mythical things. Oh, that's my other wife. This. Ooh. I don't know why, but that feels more like your actual cat. Like, that feels like your little boy. That's what he thinks he is. Kitty cat. I love cat. I love kitty cat. I'll play the pirates one afterwards, I think. I need to see something. Because now my brain's locked into that, and I want to see... August. Okay, that's not a bad timing. A little bit of a week. Okay. I have to plan a trip, but I need it. Familiar candidate accepted. I'm like, that just feels very much like him. Because Nox is such a like... Oh, sorry, ma'am. I actually didn't want to talk to you, but thank you. He's just like a little slithery little guy. What am I missing from this? What am I missing? Ah, level 2. Okay, so we're just gonna make some other things. What is my level at? Kitchen level 1. That's level 2. So let's make some... Let's make one of these. One of those. Bad about yourself in a crowd. What? You just said ugly? No. I can see... Where's this one? I can see Doc as a bear. I'm trying to think of other animals for other people. What the hell is this? Caramel candy? I didn't know I could make that. Miners too? Okay. Make a little mouse now. Stop talking about me. So, I'm gonna fight people. Make a little mouse now. You are the mouse. Oh. Hi, I don't know if you saw earlier, but my cross stitch is still coming along. I brought it out. I brought that bad boy out. A water bear? No, you would be a... What type of bears are there? Hold on. Types of bears. I hate you. You are not being a water bear. I think you'd be a brown bear. I think you'd be a brown bear. A drop bear? One of the images that popped up with the drop bear is such a funny shot. Meetings. We love you, Junior. Please take care of yourself. We'll miss you. Don't forget about us. We'll miss you. Did I get to level 2? Oh, I need a level 2 kitchen station. Okay, so I can make it. I just need to make the level 2 kitchen station. That's what I need. But also I got a lot of food. She only has a level 1? That kind of sucks. I guess it's so you don't... Why can I make this? Oh, it doesn't need level 2. It just needs higher level. Oh, I do need level 26 though, so I did need to cook. So I'll slowly cook more things. And slowly get up in the levels. Do you have any recipes? I need to save my money though. I'm not gonna be able to make any of that. Okay, I'm not gonna worry. Like you? That's a lie. Yep, that's me. Hey, nah. That ain't you. You shut your fucking whore mouth up. You would be incorrect. And we will all politely fight you. My butter in there. Now we're going to go fish. Actually, I should probably go to the deep forest. I'm gonna fight you, dog. We will fight you. It's like, what the freak? Oh, let me talk to them. Saturday market budget holding up. Yes, we're actually in great shape. Then we'll need to start costing it out some fresh. This for next year? Ooh. Okay. You're gonna make Kai cry. And I say that as hee hee ha ha, but also actually Kai's soft bear mode. Kai is no longer big bear comfort mode. Kai is now soft little mouse mode. We're genuine and nice and friendly. Yeah. A doc doesn't know how to process it. Perfectly fine. Understandable. But we'll fight you. We'll fight you. Oh. Pause. Oh, my not big paws. My little paws. Your little paws. Your little paws, you'll fight him. Scratch his fucking face out. Rip his fucking eyeballs out. Don't actually do that. Oh, exactly what I needed. Come here. Go in my pocket. I wonder... Bear's tickling my ear. Care package, yes. Yes, we are. I still have your gift, Shaylin. I need to bring it on work. If I bring it at work, then I can give it to you. I can pass it to you, finally. I'll blow my fucking shish move up. No, you will not be. I think no. I think, not allowed. I think redacted. Information redacted. Not allowed. Nuh-uh. The fuck you mean nah? I mean nuh-uh. You ain't loud. And bring you back to life. We will learn necromancy and bring you back to life. You're stuck with us. DMs now? Fuck yeah. Let me talk to my dragon. He's playing his music. Thank you. Okay, now we do that, and then now we read the messages. Except I took off my slippers, and now my feet hurt. This is rhetorical. I like because that's how I am with games where I ask questions as I go and I'm like, wait, I'm not actually asking for the answers right now. But I just need to say this out loud. Me as fuck. But it's also a good placement because now I know where you are in the game. I needed to find that kid, right? That kid wanted this beetle. I also wanted that. Well, we're gonna get the horned beetle first. That's where he is. To the child! We must give him what he wishes. A beetle. A beetle. Beetle. Let's see, where are they? Turn a request. Yippee. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, so that's done. Invert a font again because I got a cross stitch phase to get. Right one is. Fuck yeah! I want to take some of the catch you guys were doing and make those. I've been very into like. I have so much time on my hand that I'm like, man, I should really pick up like sewing things and making things for myself. And I saw this really cute patchwork bag. And I'm like, I really want that. I really want it. I should just make it. I need to crack my... I also just need to get back into doing things for myself and taking care of myself. I've just been playing Deadlock, Warframe, and Outlast Trials. Let's go see how much that costs. I don't know how much that costs. I don't really have room in my house. I should cross stitch again with you, Kai. Yep. Shop. Not you. You. I only have a level 1 kitchen. I need him to get to level 2. But I could bring these at least so that I could put them in my house. Need help quiet. Need help quiet would always go to me and offer his hand or arm by saying need an arm. So that I'm in the same way that says always. I'll cross stitch it for him. That's really cute. I'm telling you, Kai. Like, because I say this in the sense of you see me with my wives, like the love of my lives. I love my wives so much. They mean so much to me. That's you, Kai. Quiet is your wife. Quiet is now your wife. The platonic wife, but his wife. Thing in Shroud of Cocoa is, I did see that open. I did in fact see that open. I think we buy the one because I don't think I can buy the second level until I get that first level. So we're gonna buy at least my kitchen so I don't have to go to that main place. Okay, we've gone to the forest. We've done all that. I need not to stress about this game. I've been thinking about doing some auditions for voice acting, but it's just on Casting Club. So it's just like mini little project, like weird like internet web story projects. Because B had sent me one, and I wasn't ready to do it in a sense of like I didn't really have all my information and stuff available to do so. But I'm like, I really should. God, I'm in like such a like. I need to email agents, but I don't want to. I have nothing to offer right now besides myself. Like, I have everything to offer. It's me, but like material-wise to show them like, material girl, I got shit. I ain't no material girl, I got nothing. Also, B has sent me an audition. Oh, I don't know if B's still here. B, are you here? I love you. B and D sent one? B and D did send one. B is still here. I hadn't looked over yet. I was so locked into mining the rocks. And I was talking to Nikki about it. I was like, because B sent me one. I put it in, but they're looking for a specific type of person, and by that I mean Hispanic. And I'm like, I may be that, but I don't know if I'm the flavor of which they're looking for type thing. You're gonna have a cool battle there. You're also cool. Uno reverse card, you're cool. What's that? I also want to commission an art piece with Finn and Jonah. Manicore, call it Bailey holding hands and Bailey saying, I'm gonna fight you, Kai. I'm gonna fight you so much with my fist of love. That's really freaking cute. Oh. Thanks, kid. Oh, thanks, kid. put a chickpea out here, didn't I? I did. I didn't put my animals away. Where do my things go? No, take that chickpea out. Give me that. I'm gonna put that here. No, fuck. No, fuck. Hey, isn't that what I needed? That goes in there, though. That goes in there. That goes in there. Do I have this over here? I don't know what I have here. Hi, Quiet. Now wife apparently is here. Yes, you are now wife. And that's not saying Kaya's husband. No, Kai wife. You both wife. You both wife now. You both are wife. Me with my wife is how Kai acts with you, so therefore you wife. You are wife to Kai. Wife is a state of mind, and you are wife mind. One with the wife mind, together forever. Also, it's very funny to me, and it's the funny sad because I must make the situation funny, therefore to make it less sad. But it is very funny because it feels like very much like when will my quiet return from war? Are you still living with quiet? It's weird. No, it really is. I can agree with that. Catching up with everything else? Yes, okay. I'm caught up with everything else. Okay, you go there. Didn't you? Oh no, you actually do go here. We are gonna put my kitchen right there. Very inconvenient. Who cares? Oh no, my voice is turning into Molly's. I want to give the bumblebee to the child. I really like this wind leaf butterfly. Keeping it in my corner. Who wanted that? She wanted it. Where the frick is she? She's not there, she's not there, she's not there. Is she in her house? She is in her house. Run! Riding my horse. Wait, sending in my animals. Did I send in the cows? But not the chickens? Oh, I didn't. Okay, they were all there. Hello, moth. You guys are so cute. I love you too so much. I now pronounce you one with the wife hive mind. The wife mind. I love you, Charlotte. Wait, was that the woman I needed? That was the woman I needed. I love you, Shaylin. Take care. Take care. I love you. Well, does he mean so much to everyone? Yes, you would be correct. Dude. I will bring your gift Saturday, Shaylin. I will. I would say I'll put it in my bag already, but I won't because I have to go shopping in a bit. I wonder if we're doing Bald Gay tonight. I really hope so. I'm looking forward to making mistakes. Besides romancing a starring. I didn't fucking romance. I'm so upset. I didn't get the romance scene in Act 3. But he still loves me a little bit, so it's okay. My fucking back, bro. I don't want to sit down, though. What if we open up Deadlock right meow? Is my friend still on Deadlock? Hold on, we're gonna stalk. Oh no. We're gonna stalk some people. The oh no was I still had my recordings on. Let me turn that off. I haven't dropped any frames though, and my frame rate and all that is still good. There it is. I was recording my game as I was playing. Fuck. Doc is still on Resident Evil. I want to see something actually. I'm gonna tab out. Doc is having a theory. Game theory. ABCD. Jesus Christ. So I have 77 hours in Resident Evil Village, but I've played it over the year since it has come out. Doc has 55 hours. Doc has been playing since the 24th. That is so funny to me. Good job. I'm so proud of you. It's not even a disgust. It's I'm actually genuinely proud of you. I'm so happy with that decision. Deadlock. Okay, I have a little bit of that left. I should change some of my settings for those. Okay. Also, I'm kind of tired of this one playlist, so we're going to change up the mood. I do like the last one. Arthur, I do like that one. That one was good. I can put the pirate one. The pirate one was kind of fun. It's a fucking commercial. Oh, it's the same. I've been getting this stupid commercial so much. Just give it a whoop. There we go. We'll put it at the beginning. Where the hell am I? Oh. Instantly forgot where we were. Also, I literally played it for the entire... That's crazy to me, but like that's adorable. I love Village so much, and it was one of my birthday games because it came out a day before my birthday, and I love it. So what's that? Moth.
Something I've realized being a romantic. I like the idea of a relationship and therefore the expected romance, but not partaking in it. This sounds selfish, but I just want a person to be my person. I hate people, but I like having someone around to be my person. I am also coming to.
Okay. Coming around to be... Okay. I was like, where did it stop? I hate people, but I like having someone around me to be my person. I am also coming to terms with the fact that occasionally I want to muse, and also, the fact these thoughts may be intertwined, but that's just a theory. Sorry, I love the theory. But, like, no, I don't think that's wrong at all or selfish, because, like, really, like... I don't think a relationship needs to be, like, overly, like... physically, like, romantic and whatnot. It can be just that you enjoy that person's company. That's why I say I love my wives, and I have so many wives, because genuinely they mean so much to me. Very different in, like... And... Getting red light, it is getting red light. Or, like, and think, but that makes sense. It makes sense a lot. Because that person then will help you. Hey, Worm. They'll help you, they'll inspire you, and everything. The bane of my existence. Real as hell. Real as hell. Snail. Giving that to the little guy. Seabrim. Need a level 3 kitchen. God forbid. Okay, I need to sit. We're so close to my brothers now? Yeah. Come down here. Come down to my height, please. I made you too short. I'm sorry. Hold on. The half are brothers attached by the hip, and I love him so much. Enjoy his company. Yeah. That's why, like, when you were talking about stuff, Kai, the other day, that's why I brought up, like, the Nikki thing, because she is literally, like, my other half. There's a couple of different people in my life who are collectively, not even, like, my other half, but a quarter of me. Like, some part of me that I see myself in, and or they mean so much to me, like, they just fill that void. So I see that. Best friend like that. The closest I have is Nova, and it's kind of one-sided. The importance of, like, a bond to me. I mean, that's fair. That's why you will find somebody. And if not, like, it is just one of those things in life of you may find somebody who is your destined soulmate, whether it's platonic or actually, like, romantic in what type. But that's just what to see with life. But I do get that completely. I do get that. Because having that person that is there for you and they just fill that, like, little bit of you, that little emptiness, or, like, that space in your heart. You can find your twin flame. God, I love the twin flame thing. I eat that shit up. Twin flame, like, meeting your twin flame, that gets me so much more, like, I eat that shit up. I love it. I will love to meet my twin flame. I want that. I crave. I love my soulmates as well. Same about Kai being my soulmate, my brother, light of my life, the love, the light of my life. That sounds so, like, cheesy, like, old man saying quiet, but I completely agree, because that's how Nikki is for me, especially since me and Nikki have been through a lot, and, like, We don't talk all the time, but like she still is my other half of me. She is my platonic. Legendary fish is nearby. I need to look up where the legendary fish is because I don't know where it is during springtime. Hello, cat. Goodbye, cat. I think I know where the legendary fish is. What did we call it? Because I started calling Nikki my bro. She's like, and we made something up of a soulmate, a bromate. I forget what it was. My soul bro. She's my soul bro. I want to make sure they leave their taste in my mouth is a knock. I fucking hate your ass. That's so fucking funny. I was like, oh, what are you talking about? Oh, I see where this is going. Word. That's a fun word. I can't say that right now. Normativity. I really have to break that up. You with the big wobbly eyes, the tears filled in the eyes. He is an old man. Yeah, it's fair. That checks out. Quite confirmed old man. Good when they're saying crazy shit. You're so right. Hi, howdy. Female version of a male friend, not an insult. You both look awesome. Oh, I fucking love that. I love that. That is a compliment. Unless they're a horrible person. I'll still take it as a compliment. That's so cute though. But welcome in. Hi. I'm a shmoo. Made it home. Welcome home, Gothic. Welcome home. I just called this Cooper my brother. We've adopted him as part of. That's really cute. That's when you can see even then too. It's like this is like your soulmate, intertwined by some sort of fate that even your family sees. It's like no, that is this. They are part of the family. As Jack Baker once said, "Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family, son." I love that. The stupid image I got sent of Quiet doing the thumbs up was so funny. I ate that shit up. It was so funny. I'm a farmer! Who's a farmer? Kabache. We'll plant whatever down here. I'll plant a tulip. I would like to make a little flower garden as well as a normal farm zone. Where is 6? 6? Maybe 7. The amount of times we have said that joke while playing Deadlock is disgusting. And I never get tired of it because it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's affected my brain. It's not even like the actual motion or anything. It's just a stupid little funny meme. It's just stupid, dumb in my brain. That's so cute. That's really cute that your family even has adopted him. And a D&D character, older, and I want to keep him. He lived too long and seen too much to hold things against people. He's in fact in his mid-30s. Real as hell. Real as hell. I have not gone in here and checked their belongings. Why, thank you, cows. Oh, you guys are so cute. I feel like an old lady when I say that. Oh, you guys are so cute. That's part of each other family. It is really cute though. Like it's no lie, no cap. I still don't know how the like little magic thing works in this game. Like not the casting magic, but for the little statues that go in there. Oh, I don't know where Gar is. Gar is lost on the. Oh, there's Gar. I was like, I don't know where Gar's cow went. Okay, I'm gonna set these out here. Do this. We're gonna actually look up. Yeah, spring location. Pond. It's in a pond, so we're gonna go fishing today. D&D character might be a barbarian with a death wish. He wants to die, but he's not going down without a fight. Can you make your story really dramatic? I need to make my story really dramatic. I need to build my cleric a little bit more. I need to finish the stuff. Also is for my D&D peoples, really quicks. How does Sundays looks? Because I'm getting scheduled Saturdays, but not Sundays. So I might talk with the big DM, the big cheese. God, I love the big cheese. He's so funny. A fight, he's losing. And it's alcoholism. No! Oh! Oh, agony. Good for moi? Okay, okay. Say morning, afternoon is good for me. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh, flower. I'm gonna give that to a woman. We're just gonna fish all these fish. Might as well get these fish. I need to make sure I publish this VOD afterwards, just in case Turnip needs it for stream stream. Oh, that's it. That's a legendary fish. That's legend 27. It's either 34 or 36, but he's decided. Where am I? He knows people make bad decisions. His goal in his venture to make home for his fiance. And make a little cash on the side. Real as hell. For Sundays? Okay, okay. Taking note, taking note. Come here. That could be Shaylin. That little guy, that could be her. That's an ant. I just ran him over. He's for sure dead. I have you. I don't need you. What are you? Normal butterfly. I need to figure out a little bit of the backstory for my character. Because I have like the rough around of like the idea, but I'm like, okay, let me like... Oh, he's outside. He's outside. The tale of Lady Elise and her vast library. Someday would like to explore such a collection of knowledge. He likes better things, but you want a flower? I love that. Sundays are good for me. For now. That sounds so... That sounds menacing, yeah. Yeah, Sundays are good. For now. What's gonna happen? No, because of work and everything. I get that. I get that. Second work Sundays, yeah. It was just a ... For now. What do you mean? Why, no. That's what I felt like. I want his fiance to be a dragonborn. Okay, okay. Maybe not too because he's the man. D&D. Kobe is real. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you're right. A little extra. Oh. I know, especially when you do stuff like that, Haunted, you're building your character, and then it's like, shit, I need a little bit of backstory for this character. So guess what? I'm building 2, but I'm only playing 1. Yeah! Alright, I got the legendary. Legend 27. I need you. I need in my pocket right meow. What else are the quests that I need to do? I think I've got nothing done, but that's the point of this. Need capybaras. I can't get that. Carrots are a cookin'. So into the mines we go. I want to stay at the bottom because I don't think we can go fully down yet, right? Yeah, this is as far as we can progress for now. Level 50 then. Nope. Level 55. Nope, actually, just kidding. I remembered it's 60. I really was trying, okay? No one needs to know he exists. His name is not yet exist. But it will. I like that. That's like reading a book and you're getting to the next chapter, or like the end and you get this critical information, but it's like, you don't need to know the rest yet. You just need to know this. Delicious. You gonna fight me? Oh, I couldn't hit him. Wow, I forgot how bad I am at fighting in this. just trying to find fish. Beetle. Okay. I can't make that jump. Come back here. Come back here. I wanted this beetle. Ooh, fire wasp. Sorry, little guy. Try to catch a beetle. Buzz off. Ahoo! We're pros at this. Man. Oh, we're going down. I'm just thinking about like the red string of fate and like twin flames and all that shit. Okay, I need this out of my way. I hope he catches that because I don't want him to scare away. Okay, yay. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Yeah! It's exactly what I needed! Okay, let's not scare away any other fish. Please turn a little bit to the side, fish. Yes, thank you. I think there's 2 other fish in this level that I still need. I think I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah, lava piranha. Excuse me, guy. Excuse me, dude. I'm walking here. Just want more bears? Tempted to make Finn and Thomas into a D&D? Fuck yeah, just more bears. I love it. I should just talk to Kev about it and make it like a planned event. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do it again. Okay. I was fucking up so badly. A planned event for like, say like the cat one. Like it's a one-shot cat one so I can work with him and tell him like, hey, this is what we wanted. Oh, I'm running out of energy. What time is it? 7? Yeah, I'll drink this. A one-shot event with these cat characters. But like planned day so that everybody can be like either take the day off or figure out something for it. So that we're not doing so willy-nilly and then it's like, oh, well, this person can't join this day. It's like, okay, well, they can join for this one, but they won't be able to do this one. Hello? Shoot me. Throw your gold nuggets at me. That sounds even worse. Throw your gold nuggets at me? I should be allowed to speak. Ow. Give me the head. Fetish by my hands. That's a big fish. Oh, small fish. Bite it. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's a piranha. Okay. I don't want to anger this fish, but I needed to get a better angle. Also, I wanted that chest. I don't know what this one is. Ooh, I need that one. So I don't find the fishing areas in this place too often. Is Sully backing out? They've changed their mind, decided they want to listen to the session to understand. No, that's fair. Okay, that's not a bad back out. That's an understandable one. Okay, well, I don't have space in my pockets. Oh, I straight up just got a whole obsidian bed. I need that one. I don't need that. I do actually need the wood. Rock, disappear. Oh wait, what am I doing? The ladder's right there. Allow me to rant about this DLC? Oh my god, wait. Did you say more? I cannot say what you said in that one, but that one's really fucking funny. Come at me, bitch. I want that. I can't get rid of the turtle. I don't want to exit the mine, I wanted to learn this. Yes. Yes, the power to have a little guy on my head. Okay, I should not be here. That sounds like this is a bad area. No, there's just a lot of loot here. Oh, fuck. Okay, get rid of the glass. Glass is probably more precious than a lot of stuff in my pockets, but, obsidian for lamp. Full lamp? Obsidian full lamp. We're gonna sell some rock and stone. There's some diamonds here, and I would like to take those home. That bitch had one. Do I, oh, I should see if there's any plants here. Excuse me, pardon me, running through. I have you already. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Ow. Stop moving. I need that little guy. Sacrificing, I think. Blueberries. Yes. Yes, I needed that. Yippee! Wahoo! Oh, I put myself in a pickle. Okay. I miss D&D fair. I hope Nova does have a fun time listening in. Because it is overwhelming. Because I'm overwhelmed. So understandable. But like, it's a fun time. And it's a fun group that we have. I say as I haven't even played, but like, I know this group. And I trust them all very much. Oh god, I gotta do this in time. Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck. There's so many things in my pocket. How much are you worth? 30? 10? Get out of my pockets. Okay, it's 50. Did I take my cows out today? We gotta put the cows away. I don't care about my own sleep, but the cows and the chickens are important. They get mad at me. Ask me questions, I have constantly redirect them like this Discord. Never do. Because I've only played once. That's fair. You have the like brief information and the reassurance that like, no, it's okay. They will help you. But it is very scary. No, not in. Send inside. Next. Cows. Send inside. Next. Fucking get out of my way. Fucking get out of my fucking way. Okay, put that there. Nothing goes in there. Okay. Forgot they're not really worth a lot in this. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care what the cat gave me. I'm going to bed. Oh, every time we plan to play, I always end up being busy on the days. We haven't actually really played either. Like, even when you guys have been talking about, like, oh yeah, we can play now. Or like, oh, I'll be free that day. There's a piece of string on this that was coming out. I just need to cut it off. Golly, answer any questions I can. I'm also pretty sure, with our DMs. Yeah. What's happening over here? I fucking love Rim. Rim is so funny in Deadlock. Funny. Whoa, I didn't know I could do that. Anyways. Free this weekend, but not next? Okay, okay. But yeah, our DMs are always open, especially for D&D. Well, not me. I missed Friday night at the end. I don't give a shit anymore. I do, but I don't. I was going to pass out on the floor if I stayed awake anymore. Let's see. Hello, goodbye. It's me picking up the cat. Oh, I didn't go... I feel like I need to go buy carrot seeds. Because I know I planted carrots. I think they're these ones. That's potatoes. Who said hydrate? I will. Oh, I need to go give March his gift. Maybe these are carrots. No, these are probably cabbage. Yeah, that's probably cabbage. This one. This one. And then we'll plant that there. doom, doom, boom. Perfect. Oh yeah, that is carrot. Okay. Do I have anything else to put away? No. Need to answer that. 10 strawberry. 5. I'm gonna give big flower to big pretty lady. I don't need these bugs. Do I need this? No. Keeping that one. Brown trout. Burano. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, that's so pretty. Nope, this. Okay, that one is there. I'll put that one out. That might be pretty floor. God, this room gets so cramped when, like, you're first starting because I have nowhere to put anything. Nighttime now, you'll be on my background noise. Fuck yeah, we will lull you to sleep with, I don't know what information, but we'll lull you some way or form. Okay, give those to two peoples. Call outside. Call outside. Pick up the goodies inside. We have the rhythm going. Oh, say hello. No, that's Turnip. That's Kai. That's Doc. Got the cheese on it. That's Robbie. I don't know where Gar is. Off doing Gar things. Okay. So we're gonna give that to him. I need one more heart with Cauldress. What is he like? It's the Cauldress statue specifically. Can probably get him that. I'm gonna give her a flower. I should bring her a flower. He likes that. I wonder if he likes the gold coin. She loves flowers. She's so easy. And I don't mean that in one bad way. She's got that hyperfixation. Come over there and have a hug. You want a hug right now, Kai? You always can have a hug for me. No ifs, no buts. You always can have a hug. I'll give Doozy a gift as well. He likes Honse. Okay, so we're gonna bring a round watermelon. Round welcoming of gifts. I think I have some stuff to give him. He likes little bee. Oh, she likes that flower too. I can give that to her. I don't know what they like. Oh, I forgot about it. I want to romance him. He just likes wood. Okay. Let's see. I should have another. Do I not have any more crystal roses? Shiny rocks. Give me one of those. One of these. One of these. Okay. We go here. Let's see. Oh, coffee, Celine. Okay, Rose is up there, so I'll give her that. I don't have any swords for Dell. I think I'm gonna bring 2 roses. See if she likes a rose. Nothing in there. Oh my god, what's happening here? Happy birthday? Some ingots lying around. You could use them. Oh, it's my birthday today in the game. White loaded baked potato, fuck yeah. She gave me roast tea, fuck yeah. A marigold turns into completing another yearly cycle. Please accept this gift I have prepared for you. You gave me a fucking marigold. I may not know my flowers. I know a bitch when I see one. Anyways, are those all the people who I have? Oh, that's an interesting... Green. So it's whoever you have a green heart with, they send you a birthday gift. That's kind of cute. Oh, I don't have space for that. Oopsie. Do have a lot of stone. to that. I'll put the excess stone in here. Let's put some stuff inside. Your crop farm is what I aspire to have. Thank you. I'll be trying with my farm. But hello, Ray. Welcome in. Crunch my leg. What else do I have in here? I'm trying to pick out gifts for everybody. Or at least a good portion. I know everybody will like a rose tea, but she gave it to me, therefore I'm keeping it. Chocolate. Have anything else in here? Oh, I do need this one. I want to see if he likes that one. I'll need to get stone for take one of these. We're gonna take one of these. He's going to work. Oh no, finally? You're finally going back to work? Unless you're gonna say, not this guy. I'll get one of these. I think one for her as well. I don't remember what they all like. And I'm going in late. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the going in late part? Okay, now we need to decipher and spread out all of these gifts. I don't have a gift for everybody, but I'm trying a good majority. Horsehair, wool. I need to make the one thing. The one base as well. Oh, I love when you haven't talked to somebody in a while and you come back with them. Oh boy, do I have things to tell you. But not a dollar save? That's fair. How has your ankle been doing, Doc? Has it been doing better? Lemon? Shipped 30 crops? Why couldn't you tell me that earlier? Because I shipped some. I don't think I have anything. Have a newt? You deserve it. She gave me a newt. Is just a little treat on a special day? She gave me fucking chocolate. I love her. Yeah, it's her birthday. I made some crunchy chickpeas. Oh yay! Okay, so we got hers up. Of course, like that. I have a gift for you, sir, even though it is my own birthday. What does she have? I love buying her stuff. I have bought her out of all of her recipes. Birthday? Drinks on me? Fuck yeah, I got grape juice! Oh wait, we have to do the gossip. I forgot about the gossiping. Well, sometimes the most eventful. You're so right about that. Sometimes that's great to hear that nothing has happened. I want to know more. Cheese. I have a rose for her. Hey. Don't move. There we go. You next. See you, birthday. Joy? Berries and cream. What if I gave that back to him? Fuck yeah, coffee. Dude, I can't believe I didn't accidentally. I kind of made Hatsune Miku in Baldur's Gate. Yeah! I do actually like that hair. I think it's cute. Do I have anything for her? No. Turn in. What the armor? Isn't that kind of elaborate prank, right? It's definitely real. It is definitely real. Happy birthday. Thanks for the gift. He. We're not romancing him. We're not romancing him. I have watermelon for him. Take this for the road. Chocolate. A lot of people just default to give you chocolate, and I love that because I love chocolate. Birthday? Well, happy birthday. Last minute, but here. Take some extra stock this week. She said, here. We got extra of this. Take some oil. She just pulled out oil from her pocket. Let's see what he has. I wish there was a little bit more. Oh, I do have a gift for him though. I have something for you. Okay, let's organize our pockets. Okay, I need to give that still. That's a gift, and that's a gift. It's not a gift. Okay, let's do that. Okay. So he gets this one. Spring cleaning. No, I have this for you. Yeah. Okay, and I have a flower for her. Hope you got the gift I left you. She's so cute. Gar would be so happy if he was right here right now. Coming out this year? Me too, Ray. I haven't played this in September because I've just been... We've been playing more Stardew because we have Community Farm and everything. But I've just been waiting for more in this because I want to romance people so badly. But I'm so ready for more because this game is so pretty. I do really love it. So I do need to play more. I have a lot of hours in my own personal save. My house is heavily upgraded in that, and I love it so much. And I still need to upgrade it more. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna make him fall in love with me. Except I'm not. We're romancing the... He gave me... Let's do... She's so cute. She gave me paper. That's very accurate for her. Oh shit, I didn't bring her a flower. Oh, sorry. He's so cute. Okay, so I have wood for some people. Stone horse? Treasure it? Yes. Why, you're welcome. My favorite lady of them all, because I can make things for my house. Except I need to save my money. So I might not buy anything. Not right now, at least. Not till I start to upgrade my house. Because I would like to get some of the kitchen cabinets. Oh, yeah. Oh, Birdie told me it's your birthday? It was Adeline. Very accurate. Why is everybody... No, he's a woodsman. Okay, let's go see... Actually, they gave me quite a bit of wood, actually. I'ma shut up. Nobody even said anything. Anyways, we're giving this to Doozy. So cute. Okay, we need to go see Caldress. No, I can't go there empty-handed. Somebody please have his favorite food. It's either lobster roll or the sushi. Let me see what else he likes, because he likes expensive things. Caldress. Close that and close that. What are your liked gifts? He likes a lot of food, which is so funny. Harvest plate. Fried rice, meat soup. Flame of breath. I actually do have that if I go back to my house. What is here though? He likes that though. Give me that. Okay, time to go see the love of our life. Our dragon. I love him so much. Whee! What? I was like, what did I name my horse? Honse. Forgot that's what I did.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Hydrate, thank you, quiet. Oh, I should go get that back to Adeline. Hello, grasshopper. Let's do the rounds really quick. Is there anything I need here? I aggressively clicked. Ladybug. Probably should take the ladybug because I like that one bug set. I should probably see what bloom caterpillar. I love caterpillars, but I also hate them because then they eat my plants. And I don't want them to eat my plants.
You bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, okay. Hee. Butterfly, don't need you. Normal berries. Liked your gift. I thought it was quite remarkable. Flower. You're remarkable flower. Take that. I love you. You know that. Oh, I love him. What is his heart rating at now? God, we have to give him so much shit. I just want to romance him. So pretty. Bothersome Dragon Man. I can't believe how like we all knew before even seeing his form that we were just like, I want to romance that dragon. But like, damn, I want to romance that dragon. Slippers, my feet are cold. Can I have Dragon Man? You are allowed to have Dragon Man. You are allowed to. He's so cute. What is March? I do love seeing March blush. It's so funny. They put the love? Yeah, but like, before even seeing his human form. Before seeing his human form, we were already just like, yeah, I want that. I will take that. I would be banned by TOS. So real. Oh, it's so funny. Like, okay, this is a very weird wraparound because it's about TOS. It was so funny watching some friends play Outlast Trials the other day because it was leader in them. But they were talking about the TOS stuff because, like, obviously that game is very TOS. But I'm like, I don't play with any sensors because, like, I just don't look at the stuff. But like, it's very weird because like, I'm just like, do I need to put the sensor on? I don't. What are you? Come here. Get in my pocket. Why would I do that? That ruins the game. But that game be freaky as shit. I'm so glad, since Lily was playing it today, I'm like, oh, I'm glad she didn't get further in the game. I don't think she was prepared to see two men just out there with their dicks out. I'm like, whoa. Whoa there, sirs. Freaky. Freaky. Yes. Why, yes. Wow, we gave a lot of gifts today. Unfortunately, it happened to be the same day that it was my birthday, so... just gave a lot of gifts to people on my birthday. Oh, well. Oh, actually, I need to go back and turn in this request. Going. Zooming. I wonder if I can get some recipes for lemons. I don't know if I have already. Oh, I'm gonna go buy some stuff, actually. Yes, carrots. Harvested ones. 10. A seed. Yeah. I do need it so I can plant some more. She's still up here. Pretty man. We do like pretty men. Turn in request. Yeah, the lemon request. Oh, tea with lemon. How cute. How very normal. And I like that. My lips are so dry. I should drink more water. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god, it's so funny because when I ended stream on Monday, I didn't even play Deadlock right away. But I'm so glad I ended stream when I did because I went to go skate, saw the sun still, ate, and then by the time I did all that, like an hour or so later, I did not leave my desk. I played Deadlock. I played a lot of Deadlock. So it's probably a good thing I ended what I did. Horned beetle. We're just gonna store these little guys in there. And this... Why'd she give me a newt? But he's going in the house. Do I have a crafting zone? I don't have a crafting zone. And inside... I'm gonna have to run back up. I want to see what the, bug rug. Man, I'm hungry. All the way up here. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I almost ran over a man. Almost ran him over. Since I go in later, I could theoretically stay up late. But since I pulled an all-nighter last night, I'm not going to do that. I can agree with that. I don't think you should do that. Please get some sleep. Ooh, they want a copper. Insect rug. Insect rug. Actually want to see all items. Oh wait. Yeah, and the sets. This is the cozy comfy one. I do really want this, and I think the front room would look really cool with this wallpaper. That's the fisherman shed. What do these need? Worm. Caterpillar. I can build more of these now because I have more of those. Oh, butterfly. I mean, that makes sense. I'm just pasting the butterflies in it. Not really, but that's what I would like to think. So I need so much more. I mean, I can sell some of my furniture. That'll get me a lot of money. I don't know why I got off my horse. I can't make that till I have level 2. Can't get that. Haven't seen that. And carrots are, I think, almost done. God, there's 2 little guys right there. Guess I'm just gonna chop some wood if I have some on my farm. And some stone because these are annoying. Oh, that's exactly what I needed to make that armchair. But I do like those armchairs. Yippee. I need to get enough to upgrade my house, but that's gonna take so long, I think. Mainly for the money part. Ooh. That's new. Vintage brush. Oops. I'm gonna chop these trees. They're close enough. And they respawn immediately anyways. This. Then I'll go back so I can do some stuff and organize some things. I already sent them in. Extra stone is in here. Oh, my wood. Oh. I'm gonna sell these 2 lemons. Didn't I put the little snow peas in here? No, I didn't. Oh, I did put these though. Okay. Thank you, cat. That there. Ah, put them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like Alan every time I like count like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's gonna go there. I don't know where to put paper. I guess I'll just keep it in here. I don't know where to put that newt. She just gave me a newt. I believe she just straight up gave me a newt. She said, happy birthday. Have a newt. Okay, thanks. Appreciate thanks. Okay, let's see. What do I have? I want to test this out. Oop. Kinda nice. Kinda nice. Your house is gorgeous. Thank you. Oh my god. No, Ray, you should see my other house. That shit is gorgeous. Yeah, I think this is the vibe you want for the front room.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Since I only have the 1 room right now, I'm gonna keep it like this. It's a little mumble jumble because some of this is gonna get moved. Thank you for the follow. I love bread, but thank you for the follow, Olive Bread. The vibe for the front room is gonna be this dark whimsy type. I might keep my bedroom like this type of flower, but I'm not sure. Also, I will hydrate in a second. Because I also have this obsidian bed. I like the darker vibe. The butterfly bed is one of my favorites. But I don't have too much right now. How much do they sell? I want that. This is one of my favorite beds. I don't need these singles because I do just use the doubles, so I'm going to sell those. This is a very cute one as well. That goes on a table. Yeah, these beds are so cute. Oops. Oh my god, my scroll is slightly broken. Like, that one's super cute. That's just a wallpaper. I'm not. That's the... I love this one, but I like the double bed more because I'm not going to use these. So I'm going to sell these because if I really want them, I can make them again. But I need money. I really need money. I really need money. How do you get... Did I go to... Oh, I saved. Oopsie. How do you get the chicken sitting on the chest behind the couch? I believe... I'm trying to think of where I got those. I think I got them from the festival. Let me see. Because it's been a minute since I've played the Harvest Festival. I think I got it from that event. That looked funny. I was smart to figure out, Lord, to do something funny. They aren't too hard, right? They aren't too hard. If you ever need help... My sound alerts are actually broken. If somebody subscribes, I have 2 that go off, and I thought I fixed it a while ago. I did not. So I gotta figure out where that is. But yeah, I think I got these from the Harvest Festival. They're very cute, though. I love these little guys. That's my cat. I have, like, a mumble jumble of stuff, but because... Like, I don't want this coral thing. That'd be cool for a room, but I don't want that. I want the whimsy... witchy vibes. Oh, the carrots are already in the potatoes. And the potatoes. Okay, so I need to sell some, keep some, and then I will need to plant a lot more. That will do. The rest of these here. So I'll get some carrots and potatoes. 5, 2, 3. I think she needed 3. She did need 3. I don't think I have room for carrots here, but potatoes, yes. So I will keep 2. Put that one, put that there. Take these. So those are all cooked. I don't have a lot of space. I don't know if anybody likes this one. We'll sell it. I'll find more if I really want to gift it to somebody. Okay. Oh, I did want to run to the restroom. Oopsie. I guess after this day. Wahoo. Man, I really want to show you guys my other house. That one's so much more put together. I think I should be romancing March in that one too. He's so cute. He's so awkward and it's so funny. I'm starting to slouch. Awful. Bad. Oh, I need to go buy more seeds. I'm starting... It's very funny to me because I'm starting to put together like, okay, I need to do this. I need to get that done. I'm almost done with stream. We'll probably go past 4 hours today, but like, still, it's not the beginning of stream. I didn't know what I was doing in this game. It's been so long since I played it. It took me this long to get used to it again. Yeah, she should be in. Is that her house? No, she's in. Is she in the house? Behind? Oh. There you go, there's your carrots. My carrots done well my night. This would be so spread. Oh, it's for Doozy. Always welcome. Let me go see. Is there any more requests? I still need to get my... I wonder if I have a pike. I usually have so many pikes. I just want to romance that gosh darn dragon. I don't know why I censored myself there. Yes I do. Where's my cat sitting inside? I will plant that. Let's see. Okay, he's up with his brother. I'll stop and buy seeds first, though. No. I'll do that. I feel like I'm so broke. Because I need 15,000 to upgrade my house. Yellow. Yay. Is it when I was learning the ropes? Oh, who walked me through the ins and outs of the mines? He's super nice. Like he showed me how to get copper ore out of the seams of rocks. It's all in the wrist. I run low on ore, better talk to Adeline, getting more requests. I can just hand deliver that, Mr. March. 16. Still need to sell more. I need a level 2. I don't have those for shield water. Let's go check for that little guy. I love my little horse. Do I have any hats to put on the horse? I don't think I do. I know I have the ones for the chickens and for the cows. Yeah, I think that all came with the Harvest Festival because I wasn't there the first time around. And then I was so excited when I got to do that festival for the first time. Ooh, ooh. I don't know why I don't get a horse in Stardew Valley. 'Cause it's very handy. Give me this. I was like, where is he? Grove of Rest lies in the west here. It's an ancient custom to plant a tree where a human passes on. Oh, a stone marker is attached to this sapling at the burial site, allowing the stone to integrate and grow upward as a tree over time. It represents the ascension of the spirit into the next life. Oh, so that's what that place is. That's really cute. Take me back. I don't want to walk. I love my little horse. Seriously, I love my little horse. You know, you were close. You tried. I too would also probably hear that. I love my little horse. That's so funny. Oh. Well, missing 2 spots. We're just gonna sell all those. I have some already, so... Oop, I need this. I should check on me. Hello? Hello? I don't really want to check on the cows. I won't lie. I'll come back for that. Yay, and these trees grow instantly. What are you doing? So I still need stuff in the bottom of the mines. But that's okay. You have another farm? Yeah, because I was playing this on stream, which is this one. And then I didn't want to play on this, this save off stream. So I have 2 saves. I can open up that one when I'm done streaming today and show you. Because the house is so big. It's so pretty. I really need to get back into playing this game. Because my farm's just sitting there. It's kind of like Stardew. My house in our community farm save is so pretty. And my house in my normal save now, for single player mode, is starting to lag. I'll go this way. I love my little farming games though. They're just cozy. They're cozy and I like romancing people. I love the little romances in this game. I wonder what. Oh. Oh my god, that's such... For the longest time, that specific plant right there, I couldn't find. And it was so hard to find, but because it literally just looks like the normal weeds. I remember searching high and wide for that. How much have I got? Okay. I got a decent amount of wood. I just need a lot more money. Wait a minute. That music stopped. Arabian Nights, Arabian... there's that one. Let's try this one. I do like no ads. I don't want that. I just have to refresh and it goes away. Do we want this one actually? I really like this one playlist. This one. There we go. Okay. It's just so pretty. It fit the vibes last time so perfectly. And for some reason, it really sounds like Baldur's Gate. It sounds like the camp in Baldur's Gate. That's what it is. I don't know if the music is different in each like place you're at in Baldur's Gate. These just cost money to get the blueprints. I guess I would like the medium ones. Let's get crafting. Home upgrade. I need to have it in my pocket because I know I have more. Stone, we have plenty of stone. I should see if I have enough. What is there upstairs? I've never been in this. I've never been in their house. It's cute. But they have all, you know, their furniture's probably all the same because they literally make it all. That makes sense. That's understandable. I'm like, it looks like the same aesthetic throughout the entire house. Probably because they make it all. I think I should have enough wood. That's the only thing I always run out of in this game. I've never had enough wood in this game. I don't really want to chop too many trees. I say as I chop down almost all the trees in this game. They're probably all gone. There's only a couple left. Yeah, like that. Not even that tired. This music just makes me eepy. And I love farming. I'm hungry. I've been complaining about bread the past couple of days. Oh, I can go get that to our witchy gal. Where is she? She's a man. I really forget her name, actually. Where is she? Yeah, she likes that. She likes that random tablet. Dude, I can't wait till Requiem 2. Requiem's gonna be so good. Tiny volcano. Yeah, I know. I mined that up. Requiem's gonna be so good. I am really nervous about stuff. People were saying, and I know it's cliche and whatnot, but people were like arguing if they want Ada or Ada not to be in it. Because they're like, it's just gonna be like... Essentially saying, because Ada's in every single game where Leon's in. Which is... I mean, she's fucking intertwined into a story, so it makes sense. But some people didn't want her because she always ends up being there when Leon's there. I'm like, well, I want my pretty lady. But what if I want my pretty little lady? Like, what if it's about me wanting my pretty little lady, not about you not wanting my pretty little lady? Where was he? Was he in the inn? He was. Oh, he's probably up in his bedroom. I'll just give it to him tomorrow. Are you fighting in this game? She's back at home with with her and Leon's child. Yes. I fully support that. That's exactly what's up. That's exactly where she is. But I'm like, Ada's so intertwined with Leon's stories. She always appears because, like, sorry, whether they're a good fit or not, I don't think they would be a great pairing, but like, man, do I love them. I need to unplug this mouse. I plugged it this whole time. There we go. I can make that to give to that lady. Got some beets. Or this. I don't remember what she likes. I think I've given her the other thing. Yes. I think she likes both though. Cabbage slaw. Make one of these and give it to her. She shares the house with Leon's other wife, Claire, and their neighbors to Chris, who is married to Sheva and Joe. Yes. You're so fucking right. That would be a crazy neighborhood. No, wait, but Jill also needs to be married to Carlos. Because I actually really love that pairing. We gotta have a dynamic here. What else can I make? I've made that tea before. Oh, that takes 1 butter. I should make some more things. What's that? Curry powder. How do I make curry powder? Jam. Oh, I need level. Holy sh! I'm only level 13. I'm only level 13, and I need to make this, which is level 26. I need to make some more things. What's this? Wild berry scone. That's kind of cute. Let's make that. Carlos is just chilling on the beach somewhere with his pina colada. He's the fun uncle. Okay, that's fair. But Carlos and Jill pairing. There's one artist that I follow on Twitter, and I have a whole bunch of her pictures saved because it used to be my screensaver on my other phone. Right now, my phone right now is literally just completely One Piece. Oh no, earn free Degas Necromatics. It's time for Degas. I gotta play Warframe after stream. Dude, I'm so upset at Good Smile. Me and B ordered a figure from them, and due to tariffs, you know, got delayed and whatnot, and they had to figure out stuff. That part, fine. They had to figure that out. But then some people were getting theirs, and then we never got ours, and we finally got an email that was saying, it got lost. I'm like, what the fuck? Sherry and Jake have a weirdly superhuman children. Yes. They live next to Leon and Claire and Ada. They have to be next to them. They can't be next to Chris, because that'd be fine, but she needs to be next to her parents. She needs to be next to her parents, so she's not too far from them. What would Rebecca be? Rebecca would be the, Rebecca would not be the fun aunt, but would definitely be one of the aunts that you could, like, trust to go to. Because she's, I feel like she'd be a little bit too strict. But I don't know, I feel like she wouldn't be strict. I made a lot of soup. Oh, I can make this now. Let's make one. Oh, I should make more bread. I'm just here cooking in my house. Don't worry about it. What you guys want? I'll cook something up for you. I need to make more of that. Deadlock. Gar's on deadlock. Gar's awake. Gar's alive. Wait, I saw Gar playing Horse Girl earlier. Forgot about that. Okay, I just made a whole bunch of food, and now it's just put bread there. Processed rice. Processed wheat. Okay, so I have wheat. Wheat. Okay, sorry, I really like... I'm actually gonna keep that with me. This one, and this one I keep. I'm gonna give her that one. I'll keep that one. We'll put that one. We're gonna give those... Can I put this in here? No, we cannot put this... I can't run. I don't know why I tried. That goes in here. This one should go definitely in the other chest, so I'm gonna rearrange. Basil can stay, that can stay. Underwater sea can go. Tea can stay. Dill can stay. Sage can stay. That can stay. That can stay. Thyme can stay. That can stay. And this can go. Oh wait, that was already in there. Okay, you can stay there. I don't know why I put it in the other one. Okay. Let me go eat. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'm gonna leave you guys Nessie. Yeah, I mean, I do need to go run and do stuff today, but like... I feel like we can stream a little bit more. I don't know. It's very calm and chill. It's been a very, like, slow week. What? Are we bald gay? Nobody's talked about bald gay yet. Bald gay is happening. I mean, I need to run to the restroom either way. I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. And then we'll see what happens. There's Nessie. More bald gay? You do. Okay, there's Nessie. I'll be right back. Nessie. Okay. I'm putting on my slippers. What do we feel like? Oh my god, here's Not like a mess, but literally speak of the devil. Bald gay is happening tonight. Bald gay is happening. I don't know what to do. It's been a funk of streams for me. Because I don't know how to process things. I'm gonna hit this so I can look at other things. Oh! Damn! Level 51 for a frickin' farm. Well, I guess town. It's not just the farm. Ooh. Oh, I can't wait. I like that little thing. Wahoo! Oh. Okay, there we go. All those were the wrong buttons. What did I get? Chill. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Maybe I cross-stitch while playing Baldur's Gate tonight. I have to be the one that talks, and I'm very excited about that. Except I'm also... I don't know what to do. For my dirge run, the last time we started it, I was going about it with my character trying to resist the urge. And I don't know if I'm fully going for that or not. I don't know if I'm like gonna let my character just immediately give in or like fight it. Sorry, I started staring at the cross stitch. It's so cute. That's such a cute little paw. It's gonna go on something. I don't know what, but it will. I don't know if I should continue playing Fields or do something else. Fuck yeah. Level 2 kitchen. Fuck yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find my chapstick. It's very funny to me because like growing on Twitch or doing any like content creation, it was always so hard. Oh shit, I wanted to look at that. It's always hard, but then it's always so funny seeing to me people who are really popular and then like seeing people interact with them and they're what the fuck? That was crazy. Anyways, I just yeah. The stupid deadlock TikTok that I woke up like just I need to edit this after staying up till 1 a.m. literally doing this. Got to 1,000 views. So I'm like, yeah, the fucking deadlock one. Fuck yeah. That's so funny to me. Where's the... Everybody is so deadlock pilled. It's the fact that that took me 20 minutes is so funny. I just wanted to see how that was doing. But like I was just seeing something of somebody, Marvel Rivals partner, who just like is really like toxic. It's not even like super toxic, but it's that weird chain of people who are mean to people and they know it and that's fine. But that's what they do for content. I'm like, it's just like weird to me that the content is making fun and bashing people. Oh, got a pea seed. That's gonna go in here. I don't want to plant that. It's just very odd, like the certain people that we lift up to make popular. So it's so interesting to see that. I think that's why like Stardew content creators or like any sort of farm, because Fields too is really good. I don't mind raiding into them and running because I'm like, no. You guys are usually cozy. I can trust y'all. There's other people I'm like, I don't know if I can trust them. Can I leave my children here and them not be harmed? Can I leave my children unattended in your stream? But I'm like, it was so crazy just seeing that Marble Rivals clip. I'm like, that's crazy. Oh my god, there's so much drama in Marble Rivals right now. But I have Deadlock. And Warframe. I think my friend would be very happy if I decided to just open up a Warframe right now instead of Fields. But that bitch ain't even here. So you know what? I really want to open up Warframe. And Deadlock, my two addictions. I need this big fish. I don't know what it is, but I need it. Oh. What? I got a paddlefish in my backyard. Better fucking be. Yeah, we were talking about the Resident Evil house block. Oh, I replaced a pike that I lost. Ember. Oh, there's nothing. I have to actually work for things if I want to gain them, but I don't want to work for things. I just want to play a game. Why can't life be simple and me just play a game? Why can't it be simple? My silly little guys, I hope you are feeling better too. You have each other on PC now. You have me on the internet. Big hug, big hug. I'd be mentally going through it, but because I don't know what to do. I should just open up Deadlock and become a Deadlock streamer, except I'm shit at the game. But it's okay, I'm not saying I'm good. I love when people call me bad at a game, but it's games that I actively know I'm struggling in or like learning. Did I finish that? One more. Actually, take that fish too. Wait, do I want to sell that fish? Yeah, take that fish. Take that fish too. I cast fish upon thee. Wait, what am I actually doing? Hold on. I need to go buy something. I can't do any of that. We're gonna go buy a gift, and this is why I'm running out of fucking money. I keep on buying gifts for the dragon. I need to play this game again, I swear. Honestly, me
Testing.
too. Hi, Bee. I missed you. I need people. Ooh. I need people. I feed off of people. Am I a vampire? She needs walnuts. Oh yeah, I wanted to go in here and test things here. Bellow. Okay. Guess I can make some more of these. Why not just do 5? Make it even. 1 hour long. Woken from my slumber. Was it a good nap? Dude, I had a awful fucking dream last night. It wasn't like super bad where I'm like, it was the worst experience of my life. No, it was fine, but it was just, that was like, it felt like war flashbacks. I need to talk to him. Well, thanks. Well, fuck you. That was quite mean. Anyway, it's time to go see our favorite doctor. That is also single. I don't know if she's actually mentally ready. Oh. Ready to mingle. But, you know, that's fine. Oh, he doesn't like that. He likes the other necklace. Well, fuck him. Think so? I maintained my maintained my position the entire hour. And now one of my foot is asleep? That's crazy. Your body said, we do not move a single inch. We must stay put. I do need this second upgrade. How much is it though? $1,500, not 15,000 at least. I do really need it. No, I'll wait because I'm not even close to the level I need to be. I am kind of close to the level. I can grind it. I'm gonna do a lot of cooking today. I do the cooking, I do the cleaning. I guess I don't really do the cleaning. I don't clean my house in this. What if I sell a lot of berries? Well, if I gather a lot of berries, I can then cook them. Or I can make furniture and then sell that. We have options. What's here? Okay, a chest. I guess that's good. Question mark? Sugar and money. Hey, little guy. Bye, little guy. Okay. In my pockets you go. In my pockets. Well, I guess I can sell that. None of these are really ready. So these are how long these people have been dead. That's 2 people, so that's probably a married couple. Hello, butterfly. Goodbye, butterfly. I don't know if I still have any fish to catch in the deep wood. That's a lot of butterflies. My pocket to go. I can give him a flower again. He might be happy. Marigold. Does he like a specific flower? He likes these ones. It's the bug I need. Get off the fucking horse. How do I get off the horse? It's the bug I finally need. Okay, so I can go give that to the child. Curious about Saturday's market's hairstylist, Vera. Okay, how do you think I would look with a different hairstyle? Beautiful. As always. I will commit it to memory. Okay. Take back to bread cheese farm. Okay, where is this child? He is there. He's the one who wanted this? He is the one who wanted this, of course. Only the bug lover would want a bug this badly. I hate you, Balor. I gave you a fancy ancient relic and you said, thanks. That's it. That's all he told me. A ladybug. Where is the child? Are they up above here? Is he in his room? I don't know which one is room. Oh, we're just kidding. It's the one with the bug on it. Oh. Scared me. Permanent request. Yeah, Mom said no more loud bugs in the house, so I need to practice quietly. Imagine just tell the bug, like, you need to sing quietly, okay? Mother doesn't like loud bugs. What a strange little kid. Wahoo! She likes flowers. I'm not sure where I've seen it before. So beautiful, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. She's so cute. Oh, I know I can't ride the horse inside, but I was just trying to click it early. I'm sorry, game. You know, the turn of events of this stream would be opening up Outlast Trials after playing a cozy game for hours. And that would be quite crazy. I need to start. Oh, that sells for a lot of money. That specific one sells for a lot of money. How much do you sell for? How much do you sell for? We're gonna sell this soup. That's some good soup right there. Okay, so if I put this down... Give me that. My kitchen will still be... Okay, well, we need some renovation. This is where I have my kitchen in my other playthrough. And I would rather have my kitchen up on that wall, but... Oh, welcome back. My cat just walked in and threw everything on the floor for me. Probably a bad idea. But you know, kitchen table right next to kitchen? We're just gonna put these away. I can't, I'm struggling. There we go. I'm gonna keep those. How much does that sell? 500? I bought it for 1,000. It only resells for 500? Half the price? I guess that makes sense, but I don't want it to. No. Send inside. Soup. Good soup, good soup. Caterpillar and butterfly, because I can craft with them. The rest of it goes inside. I I'm really freaking hungry. I'm gonna keep on saying that. It's gonna be an issue. Ooh. I think the rest of it fits over here. And then this goes right there. Oh. There's some of that in here. Okay, let's see. So we need to make this. Level 26. I have all the materials. Oop. It's a loud crack. Can I make this now? Mushroom, right? God. I'm just really hungry. I am really hungry. It only got me that far. I have to cook so much. I love the idea of cooking. That sells for a lot of money. Okay. The pumpkin, I need to be 28. That looks delicious as well. And I have one more basil. Basil. How does everybody say basil here? I switch in between, just kind of like how I say aunt or aunt. Oh, I for sure can't make that level 40. Me, level 17. Might be sleep deprived. My eyes just decided to unfocus on the computer. Yeah, you might be. You should probably go to sleep early. I would say take a nap, but I fear, Doc, if you take a nap, you might just knock out. Which isn't a bad idea, but that might, fuck with your sleep schedule even more, since it's already messed up. Still have 4 hours till bed? 4 hours till bed? That's crazy. That's a crazy concept. 4 hours till bed. What time are you going to bed? You can stay up 4 hours. You can do it. What's that? Is that salt? Rock salt. I would lick that rock salt. I should not. No one will allow me near rock salt. Garlic bread. I cannot use the butter. Roasted cauliflower. Tempting. I need more of those mushrooms. About 8:30 p.m. Okay, that's not bad. That's crazy. That's I guess that is accurate. 4 hours. I think it's because it's only 2 p.m. here. What did everybody say? I need that. Oh my god. Yeah, why is the cat like that? What the fuck? My friend got more blind boxes, and not gonna lie, those ones aren't it. And she knows it too. First time pop again because I'm hyped. Fuck yeah, we love fields. If I can't actively play, I have to watch. Real as hell. Real as hell. Do you play fields too? Or do you like, can you only watch? Because I hope you can play. I love this game so much. Let's go. Sweet potato pie. Let's make that. I'm trying to get my cooking up. I was just distracted on my phone. As always happens. I'm so hungry IRL and I'm sitting here cooking in the game and I can't have any of this food. Ugh, my tummy. I have to go out shopping, but I probably should end stream soonish. I might end on a 30 mark instead of an hour mark because I need to go out and buy some groceries. I don't know. That's the sigh of I'm hungry and I'm thinking about the spaghetti in my fridge and I hope it's there when I'm done streaming and nobody ate it. If not, I'll use my mind and implode. So you're out? Can you grab me one garlic? One garlic. I thought you were gonna end with, can you grab me? You're like, yes, I can just take you. Just pick you up. I'm not dropping you off anywhere or taking you back anywhere. Just pick you up. Groceries. I'm so fucking hungry, bro. I'm so hungry. I'm trying not to be depressed. The usual. Of course I play? Hell yeah. Making a snack before I finally get to game for the first time today. Just came back from classes. Well, I hope the day was good. Because now it looks like the day's gonna be better. Because snack and game time? Hell yeah. That's gonna be me because like I love this game and I love playing it. But then I gotta eat, do my little quick shopping, and then come back and play Baldur's Gate with my friends and not Deadlock. Peaches and cream. Yes, we'll cook that. I need to be level 26. Oh. We have a million shortbreads for the shop. Oh, that's so real. As long as I can have some of the shortbreads, Kai, then I'll buy you. I'll give you the rest. Day is great as well. It is. Thank you for streaming. Thank you. You're welcome. I love playing my silly little games. I'm really just here for vibes. God, that sentence haunts me now from recent drama that's happened. Just haunts my brain. But it's been a good day. It's been a good day. We had a lot of good yaps at the beginning. We're big Resident Evil fans here. Well, I am. And now I inflict it onto everybody else here. So we're mad yapping about Resident Evil. We still have been throughout the entire stream. Is he... How long has Resident Evil Village been open, Doc? Have you closed it at all, or has it been open? Feel like a mess? You're not. It's okay, sweetie. You're okay. Let's see what the dice say. 16, 9, and 8. You are good. You are strong. As I once... Yeah, I've... Closed it? That sounds like a lie if I've ever seen one. Anyways, it's not a bad idea, Kai. You are doing good, and overall, you are really strong. Your mental health is good and strong. I need to reach. I'm crunched up in my chair weird because I have Kuromi, like, literally, like, I'm resting, chilling sideways on her. It was crashing a lot. Oh. Oh, yeah, you did have the crashing issue. Has that resolved itself? Or gotten any better? Or are you just having to turn down the graphics and then fix it afterwards? But you're doing well, Kai. It is sad, and your brother is gone. But you get to go visit him soon, and it's okay. You guys are working on long-term. Long-term. I inhaled the water, bro. At least I actually for once reacted calmly to the situation of inhaling the water. My driver wasn't communicating with my computer. I sorted them out. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds like you took your drivers outside and beat it up and then put it back in, like, there, now work. That's quite funny to me in my little head. You should do this every 3 weeks. My ex, I don't know why it's affecting me so much this time. I never heard him. Oh, you sweet baby child. I love you so much. It's okay. It's very much like having your comfort person, because like Quiet is your comfort person, even like online. And that's one thing, like it's been online, like that's fine, but then finally having your comfort person in person and having that like most literally, especially being more like soulmate talk, like literally like your little portion of you there finally, and you feel whole, and then they gotta fucking go back the way they live. No, not fun. Don't you dare say sorry. What do we do to people who say sorry here? We shoot them on sight. No, we don't. But you don't need to apologize at all. I completely understand. I understand. Also, as being, I'm better now about it, but I was also a very dependent type person. I depend on my friends a lot, which is okay. But I've become more independent, which I very am an independent type person. But yeah. Damn, I guess I just go blow my shit smooth up. Dude, I love that sentence so much. Y'all wanna play some Deadlock? What if I subject you not to cozy? I'm gonna go sell so much soup. Let's go sell some soup. I need some money. That's it. I need some money. That's the end of the sentence. I need some money. We're selling this mushroom rice because that sells for a lot. And that's pie. And there's peaches and cream. Damn. Don't sell the soup. What did she do? Soup. It's okay. I have... Hold on. Hold on. Holding it. Soup. Spare soup right there. I always have a little bit of soup on me. A little bit of soup for the soul, you know, a little soup for the soul. thought I was more independent. It's it's a hard balance of being independent, but then having somebody you pair so well with, and it just like completes the circle type thing. It doesn't necessarily rip it away, but it just very like you become comfortable because that is like nothing else fucking matters. As I said, now you are waiting for your wife to come back from, well, I should say your husband, but your wife to come back from the war. Because everything was good. Even though there was bad in life, everything was good because you had that person there. Now that person still exists, but they're just not physically there. He's my wife and I'm the husband. Oh, you don't want to be a wife? But that's fair. You are the husband. Or you could be wife. Wife, husband. You're wife, husband. That's what you are. You got wife and then you got wife, husband. Wife, husband. Bazelay. What else can I make? I just need to make things now. I'm level 19. Who called me husband? Oh, okay, fair. Okay, so you are a husband. Okay. I guess then it would be Quiet's waiting for his husband to return from the war, but you are also waiting for your wife to turn back from the war. Male wife, girl husband. Fuck yeah. Except it's bear husband and a wife. Void. Male wife and bear husband. Got male wife and male husband. Except it's all platonic. It's the ultimate, it's the best type of romance ever. Is just the platonic mix when you find, I really want garlic bread. I won't lie. I really want garlic bread. They're easy to make. I'm just trying to find things to cook while we yap. Why did that catch that? Yeah, there's no worries for that. My automod fucking hates when anybody says something nearly looking bad. That didn't look bad at all, but it said, you said gay in that word? And shit was in the same sentence? Obviously that's bad. No, it's not automod. It also doesn't like anybody saying gay boy. Like boy, B-O-I. It really doesn't like that, and that's the funny one. But yeah, I was about to accept that. I've never seen auto. Oh yeah, sorry, I was the fastest click in the West. Can I say gay boy? Oh my god. Hey Doc, I need you to type something really quick. I need you to get Automod to yell at you. Type gay boy. I don't know why it does not like gay boy. It's quite funny. Jesus, where's my brain right now? I'm looking at things to cook. What Sarah said, I'm just looking at things to... Oh my god. I think you actually... Like, normally I would say, like, that's so funny, Doug. No, like, that is something, you know, sure, I would say that. No, I think... I think you actually need sleep. Because that's the second time you just completely heard it wrong. I think the sleep deprivation is starting to get to you. Hell yeah. I saw somebody... Yep, there it is. Out of my way, gay boy. And it's the space in between it too. Oh, sorry, I clicked OK again. I should have let you click OK, Kai. It's just so funny. I saw somebody. I think he was saying like giving away, like anybody want. Yeah, I was like, what was the sentence? Out of my way, gay boy. It was that anybody want my no, he was foiling my cuck chair. Because it's just one of those chairs that looks like that chair in the side of the hotel room. It looks like one of those chairs. But he did foil it. And damn right, it looked nice. He did like purple foils for like, because it had like the indents in it. He did purple for that, for like the little curves. And then the rest of it was like teal. That shit looked nice as hell. That shit looked nice. Feel too much power? You have the power. Out of my way, gay boy. Started to Elliot put a country in my house. Did he really? That's lovely. It was actually quite lovely. If I ever see it again, I'll put it in my Discord. I think it's in my likes somewhere. That's crazy of Elliot to do such a thing. Good for him. What time is it? Okay. Make sure I don't cook through my sleep time. I think he is trying to tell you something. You somehow... Wait, how much does all this cost? You worth money? You worth money. No. No. Okay, fine. I think I made a lot of money anyway, selling a lot of other stuff. I still need to make more food. Don't worry about the newt. Don't worry about it. That's it. Don't worry about him. And that's something is he's my wife and I'll live to please. Yeah. You did. I mean, in the community farm, you did have 2 kids with him. Did you have 2 already? Yeah, you've had 2. I've had 1. Oh, I've had 1 and then I think Sebastian just asked me, do you want a kid again? And it scared me. I have the enigma. That's what I got. The enigma. Oh, I need to go talk to... it's not Abigail. I don't know what her name is. I need to remember the names in this game. Hello, cat. I love you. I love you. Okay. What was that moving on my thing? That's not where I wanted to be. That's Adeline. I need to talk to Adeline. Ooh. Oh. I forgot I get free crops like that, or free dishes. Beet soup. Okay, well, now I can fully sell all the crops. Take that one. Take that. Take that. Take that one. Take it. Get out of my hands. Okay. Watering. Did I put my cows away? Oh, I guess I was off by... Oopsie. Oh, I guess I'll plant some more carrots. No. No. Yay. I was... you know, I was struggling. Okay, that's gonna go there. Do I have any more cabbages? How many more days? It's only day 9. Yeah, I'll go buy more cabbages. Okay, call outside. Excuse me. Coming inside. Bing bang boom. Oh my good heavens. Anyways, Kai, you're doing amazing, sweetie. Hello, chickens. Look, you are doing amazing. Hold on, Kai. You are doing amazing because... like, look at you. That's you. But you is a chicken. It's you, but you're a chicken. Got that. And then we got Doc over there. And now we're gonna go put all of our crops back inside. I think they go in here. Oh, sorry, not you. I keep the candied. For now, that's just gonna go in there. Good enough. So we need cabbages. Lemons. Apparently there was fiber on the floor. Am I a chicken? Yeah! I named one of the chickens after you. It's you? Kai 3 Len. Does that mean I'm... No, unfortunately you are chicken. Turnip is in fact a cock. So sorry. I could make another version of you. I need to get more farm animals, but I need bigger coops.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Slipper. I keep taking off my slipper and then putting it back on because my feet get comfy and cozy in it, and then I'm like, okay, now it's discomfortment. Discomfortment? Discomfortment. Thank you, Quiet. Yum, 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 yum. You do have a little hat. You can have... Oh, I have the badge because you won. You won the Harvest Festival. Can I put a hat on my horse? Won't say. No, I can't. Fiddlehead. Okay. Oh, not what I wanted. We can make some more butter. Cheese. Okay, we make that many butter, and then we make some cheese. Leave now. I ordered a coffee to help me stay awake, so I'm gonna pick it up right now. And then lock the fuck in on assignments. Fuck yeah, lock the fuck in, soldier. You got work to do. 1 hour for that. This like takes up my whole day. Ooh, I should end soon. Oh, but I love talking to my silly little goobers. My friend, the one I was responding to, she got a blind box, and one of them was like a cat, little cat guy. Not Labubu, but like that type, like where it's a little like plush type figure, but keychain type thing. Apologize, Sarah. I've been blowing you up on this. It's okay. I have streamer mode on, so I didn't even know you were doing that. I didn't even know you were doing that. Oh my god, where is my Discord? There it is. That's funny. I vaguely remember that, boss. The fucking crash out is so funny. Accurate response to that zone. Once you get to 5 hearts with the barn animals, you can ride them instead of the mirror, and you can put. So you're telling me I don't think I can. You're telling me I can ride the chickens? It has to be a bigger farm animal. It can't be the chickens. But like, what if I want to ride? What if I want to ride a chicken? I'm a silly little. I'm a silly little gal. I can't. I need to wait for that. That I can't cook yet. I don't have that. Can't do that. They're here on Sundays. Let's go look for those mushrooms. Mushroom. I probably should also see Cauldress. Should I get more wood? I'm really hungry. Should I end after this time? Should I force you guys to go? Oh, there's my cat. Should I force you guys into some deadlock? Sorry, I'm just always thinking about deadlock. Don't mind the deadlock at all. Horse, llamas, any larger? Fuck. Like I knew chicken was not an option. I remember it being the larger animals, but like that would be so funny. Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be quite particularly hee hee ha ha? I can't see anything in the game. My eyes are so clocked out because of movement. It would be silly if I could. Is that a big fish? No. Oh, I need to fish up some ocean fish. Let's go to the ocean. Let's go to the beach. I love that TikTok. No, that Vine. God, I miss her. I'm gonna drop off this stuff. But that don't go there? That don't go there. That go there. Now I go farm. Well, I go fish. Quiet's favorite thing. It's late and I've been through a roller coaster of everything today, so I'm gonna go to bed. Yes, you should. Love and appreciate you so much.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Amazing, wonderful. I love you. You're such an amazing friend. I'm glad to meet you too, and I love you very much. And please go get some rest. One, because even if you didn't go through the emotional roller coaster, you also have had you've had a long week, a long visit and everything. So get some well-needed rest and take care of yourself. We will be I'll be playing Baldur's Gate later, but we will be here. We love you very much. I love you very much. Please get some good rest. Make sure you stay hydrated. Otherwise, I will send the ghost of quiet after you. Can confirm. Would do. But I love you. I will hydrate too. Before that fish attacks. It was the worst timing to do that. I forgot it's just a one click in this game. These little guys kind of scare me. It's a jellyfish, but I don't like how he looks. Big fish. I don't think I necessarily need big fish again, but I like catching the big fish. These are really cool. Hey, look at me. Oh. No, he's going further away. Oh, agony. I'll come back and check in a second. I think that should get his attention. I don't know what size fish I actually need. Ooh, I do need to... I almost said a joke. No, look at me! Big fish, please! Well, guess not. What if I play Deadlock on Monday? I don't know. I've been thinking about content again. I don't know how to grow. I just like doing this. And it's fun. But I suppose... I'm trying to search for the big fish. Oh, he's over there now. Okay. Without disturbing him, I was looking for big fish. Me want grow. Me don't know how. Me lacks critical ability of socialization in such capacity to network. I need to respond to an email. Fuck. Una. I lack the critical ability to socialize with people. I may be a social person, but I lack that ability. Of which my friend invited me to the next, like, hangout thing. I need to see when that is because I actually didn't read. It was a lot of information joining that group, and I got overwhelmed. I don't know how to network. I don't know how to network with people. But I fucking went to TwitchCon and then I became antisocial because I'm like, too many people. Head hurt. What if I just stay alone? Head out to... Yes, you've had a long travel day. Snowpiece. Oh, thank you. I'm probably ending soon anyways because I need to go run to the grocery store. And that is quite important. So it's okay, but you've had a long travel day. And a long week. So get some rest, quiet. Stay hydrated, everything. See if I can eat. You can do it. You can eat. I believe in you. I'm catching this fish and taking it home with me. Oh, I actually was. That was instant. Kind of scared me, not gonna lie. Okay, well, yes. Good. Now go rest. Have a good night. I almost said rest today. Have a good night. Quiet. Have a good day tomorrow. East Resident Evil Village tomorrow. Oops. I don't know what size fish I need. Love and appreciate you as well. Take care. Take care. Ooh, little fish. Hugged you. Ow, 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 ow. Sending big hugs. Big hugs. Little sardine. Beach hopper. Hopper? I hardly know her. I'm kidding. Oh, what are you? I don't know if I have you in my collection. Sandbook, I do. You. What are the... Ooh. Fossilized egg. What are you doing on the beach? Oh. My game spazzed out for 1 second and lost like one whole frame at the least. What's that? An Ethel. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I need to send my chickens to bed. I think I'm gonna end it on this too because I might take too long on the next day, so I'm gonna put everything away first. That's in my pocket. What do I get? What do I get? Do I need this? No. I'm gonna keep that one. I don't need that. Don't need a sand bug. I don't want a water bug. I hate water bugs, bro. Don't need the jellyfish. I'll keep these. Is there anything in here I needed? No, that's just a... There's the random bug I said. I really want to keep this. Oh, fish. I don't have enough space for the little guy. Take that out. Put that there. These three should go in here. So I'm gonna take out this one, and this one. Nope, not you. I guess you can stay in there. Oh yeah, because there's already space for the butter. Move that there. Wild leek goes somewhere. In there. Hell yeah. That was a good farming session, I think. Oh my god, I don't know if they're still here. But I wanted to show off my house and my other save. That shit's so pretty. And it's just one extra room, but because I have all that space, I actually don't remember what it looks like. So I was starting to customize it. I think for now, I love y'all. Be safe. I hope they do feel better. Return to main menu. I want to look at my other house really quick since it's been so long. I did accidentally save the middle of all that game. I want to see. Oh yeah, see, I kept my room like this. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh my god. I made my house nice. That's the emergency bed. I won't lie. I wish there was a fridge. I need to find more stuff. I love this. That's so cute. Wow. What am I wearing? What am I do- What is that one? A noble jacket. That's really cute. Okay. We're gonna close that. Damn. My save on my other file is goated. 2 of them? There was 4 of them. I hate that specific part you went through, Doc. I hate that part. I really liked it. Because I liked the wrap around with the what characters were in like main base game and then seeing who ended up being in that one. Because they are officially gone. They went bye-bye EP time. Why yes, they did. Because it's a hive mind. Once you're part of it, like you're in it. Type of shit. Type shit. So funny seeing them there. I can't wait till you finish it. Please continue sending me messages, whenever you finish it and all this stuff. But also I hate those stupid ass dolls. Okay. I am gonna end stream though, since I do need to go collect the goods. Did I respond to my wife? No, I didn't. Okay, I'm glad I popped that up. But yeah, stream tomorrow. I'll be Resident Evil. Maybe stream Friday. I don't know. I'll see. I have work on Saturday, so I don't know if I'm going to. I do have another TikTok already. Whoa. I should go eat. I don't know if you saw my face slowly get towards the mic, but I just got the dizzy. I'm gonna go eat because I need to. And I'm going to think about becoming a frog. Just casually. What if I become a frog on stream? I don't know why frog. Just be cat. Other than that, I hope. Let me get rid of this. I don't need that. I'm not going to send you guys anywhere today. I'm just going to say goodbye. I need to move this. Oh my god. But other than that, please take care. I'm going to say bye-bye from here. Wasn't a full 5 hours, but that's okay. I need to work on some stuff for stream and everything. Other than that, I love you all. Please take care of yourself. And please stay hydrated, get some sleep. Doc, I hope you get some sleep and everything. But I will see you all tomorrow with Resident Evil. So bye-bye.